Ready?
Last but not least, we have the Public Speaking and Oratory Club. From third year, we have Ananya Bhardwaj and Chinmoy. From second year, we have Arushi Yashasvi. From first year, we have Shreya Beryl. From AHS first year, we have Ayushi Sharma. Thank you so much. I'd like to call the dance club back on stage, please, for the photograph. The members are here.
I request the CLC committee members and the organizing team to please come on the stage for a group photograph.
Are we done first or
छोटा फोन सर Ready?
I'd like to request Angela ma'am to please come to the stage for a picture. And Swati Shikha ma'am, Swikriti Bera ma'am, Jayati ma'am, Sophia ma'am.
चेयर लगा दीजिए
I request all the CLC faculty to please enter the stage.
चेयर इधर इस साइड में
बच्चे आ जाओ आगे आ जाओ हम लोग चेयर को थोड़ा आगे कर देते हैं बच्चे sit there if you want. उधर बैठो बस इधर बैठा कंफर्टेबल लगी
रेडी रेडी
We now request Dean Sir, Dr. G. Pradeep Kumar Sir, to come forward, enlighten us with his words, and officially inaugurate Manifest 2023.
Good morning, dear colleagues and students. Very happy to be part of this manifest. Manifest is showcasing expressions, your talent is a platform. And I'm also happy to know it's a acronym of Manipal and Fest. Manifest is Manipal and Fest. It's a festival of Manipal. And I'm very happy to see so much of hard work have gone into the making of this festival, decoration like a preparation for a wedding you all done. Let me give a big round of applause for all the wonderful team and also the teachers who are guiding these students. Dear friends, I've got two things to suggest. One is literary committee should bring out a college magazine. So we hope in the next couple of months, I would like to see the first magazine of the college coming out. Probably we'll have some copies as a memorable events to keep in the library, also with the office of the dean. And we can give soft copy to all the students who go back to their, to share with their friends. Number one. Number two, the Utsav festival, which happens in the April month in Manipal every year. For the preparation of Utsav, I think it's time that we shift manifest from this rainy August or July to probably March, so that the best of the performances of manifest will be representing MTMC at Utsav. That's what I thought should be an ideal thing for us. It will be a good platform for us to be ready and showcase the best of the talents, and they'll be going. The winners of manifest will be representing Manipal Tata Medical College at Utsav. So I'll request the cultural team and the captains to please ensure that we will shift manifest from this month to next month. Two is, the other thing is, I just wanted to share with you, earlier years, manifest and college day were celebrated together. College day is the day when the college was started, September 24th. But in view of the exams, you wanted to advance these things. And also, if we perform on 24th, the college day or conduct, you're all tired of the exams. So, we're trying to shift it to later, probably end of September or early October. That's what the dates is not yet finalized. But please remember, that's a day when all the award winners in various activities will be felicitated with the certificates. And also excellence in academics, excellence in sports, excellence in dramatics and cultural festival. All those students who win laurels will be felicitated on the college day. And we're going to have an evening of maybe 2 hours function, where at the end of the formal function, we would like to have a performance of a jugalbandi of staff and students to perform together, as happens in Manipal and Mangalore. All the college day in Manipal and Mangalore, the staff and students will perform together, or maybe different activities. But every student love to see their teachers on stage, and we always get opportunity to see you all. But college day, this college day, I'll request Kavita and team to please prepare at least 20 minutes or 30 minutes of performance by staff members, so that the students can also see the talent of our staff members. So looking forward for a wonderful year ahead for all of us. And I'm very glad I've got a very young, talented team of faculty who can outbeat you in performance. So let's see which are the best teams to perform, staff or students in the coming college day. Have a wonderful day. Let's have fun on this festive occasion. Thank you. Have a great day. I'm very happy to inaugurate Manifest 23.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching words and instructions. I'm sure we will be able to efficiently do the same next year.
Everyone has worked really hard for organizing this event, and it's been a hectic yet exciting time. We would love to share with you a few glimpses from all the preparation that has been done.
College festivals are about living in the moment and enjoying yourself thoroughly. We thank you all for showing up today. Hope you all will have a great time and create memories that will endure long after the college days. Thank you.
done? Okay. Invite people to go eat the charts and food, no. At least recognize
Absolutely,
them.
sir. We have some mouth-watering. So we have some mouth-watering stalls out there, along with games and arts and crafts created by the students. We would request all the faculty and all the students to please check them out. Thank you.
ये वाला पता नहीं किसका ऑडियो ले रहा है। किसका ले रहा है।
word debug, to fight, contend, debate, also literally to beat down. Debates emphasize on logical consistency, factual accuracy, and emotional appeal to an audience. Today, I, Tanishka,
That's good.
will be your host for this event.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to the audience and to the judges of Vaad Vivad, the debate competition. From improving speaking and listening skills to building self-esteem and rounded knowledge of specific subjects or topics, debate remains an important aspect of many education systems. Participation in debates enables you to become less narrow-minded, to look at all sides of an argument, to provide scope and structure to your work, and in practice to develop the art of public speaking and rhetoric. For today's event, our judges are Dr. Vijay Kautilya, Associate Dean and HOD Forensic Medicine, Dr. Vijay Prasad, Head Outreach Program and Management Office, AHS and Games. Dr. Jitendra Guru, HOD of Department of Medicine, and Dr. Satish, who is the HOD of Anatomy.
The rules for today's competition are as follows. There will be 2 students per team. 3 minutes will be given to each participant from the team to speak for or against the specified topic. The participants have to decide amongst themselves who will go against and who will go for the given topic. Counter questions will be asked by the other team member for 1 minute. This is the time allotted for rebuttal. Example, if the participant is speaking for the motion, the members of the other team speaking against the motion will be asking the question and we will be deciding who will ask the question. Our decision will be final in this case. Let me repeat this rule once again. Counter questions will be asked by the other team members for 1 minute. This is the time allotted for rebuttal. Example, if the participant is speaking for the motion, the members of the other team who are speaking against the motion can ask the questions. Our decision will be final in this case. The judge's decision will also be final and 1 question will be asked by the judge to each team. Now, the warning bell will be at 2 minutes and 30 seconds and the final bell will be at 3 minutes. Bonus points will be allotted for asking or answering the question. With that said, let's proceed to the first segment, the Hindi debate.
One thing, you say that your decision will be final. And again you say the judge's decision will also be final. So please
Clarify the distinction. No? Where is
The
what?
decision as to who asks the rebuttal question will be there.
Correct.
There may be many people who will put up their hand to ask a question among the against whoever is speaking. So we cannot accommodate all the
Agreed.
questions in that
Agreed,
time.
agreed. Choice for that.
So
Choice for that.
whoever will ask the question, they will point out so you can ask the question. That's it. That decision is there, accepting that every other decision is the judge's.
That.
Participants, please pay attention to one more point. You have to introduce your team and who will speak for and against the motion and also the motion that you are going to speak. Moving with the Hindi debate, I'd like to call upon the first team, Trishula Sharma and P.P. Singh. You go ahead.
Shubhankar, just one more clarification. No? This is an individual event or a team event?
Team event.
So the score is actually going to be collective for a team?
The next team, Shaurya Day and Yashasvi. And the next team, Priyanshu Ranjan and Mohan Kumar. If any of the participants have any doubts, please ask them right now before we start the competition. Participants on stage, any doubts?
Right, but the team, no? Team 1, just raise your hand once. Okay, team 2? Team 3? Okay, that's
That's on the judges' discretion, based on how much time.
Yes.
So we just wanted to know who are the team.
But use the mic, keep the mic here. Who wants to be but take the mic and then be but.
Okay, who is keeping time?
Time is kept by member Anjay Karan. He will be raising his hand at 2.5 minutes as well as 3 minutes.
Okay, exceeding time has negative score as
Yes.
suggested, right? It will be -1 if you exceed the time there.
Yes, that's on the judges' discretion based on the amount of time exceeded. If any participant wishes to use the podium, you can use the table as the podium. Thank you so much. Yes.
Is it as though going 10 seconds over the maximum time limit is the same as going 1 minute over the maximum time limit in terms of the negative?
That's on the judges' discretion here.
According to the.
If they feel that you're speaking a valid point and for which you're exceeding time, then they might not. It doesn't have many marks. Thank you so much. We will proceed with the first participant, Trishula Sharma.
क्रमांकित मैं पक्ष के लिए बोलना चाहूँगी। देश भर के सभी स्कूलों में हिंदी भाषा पढ़ाई जानी चाहिए। शुरुआत करने से पहले 4 लाइन बोलना चाहती हूँ। हिंदी है हम, वतन हिंदुस्तान हमारा, वो भरी नहीं भावों से बहती जिसमें भागीरथी की धारा, वो हृदय नहीं पत्थर का जिसमें स्वदेश का प्यार है। सुप्रभात आप सभी को, सभा में मौजूद सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। शुरू करने से पहले एक छोटा सा प्रश्न करना चाहती हूँ आप सभी से। रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में आप सभी में से कौन-कौन हिंदी का प्रयोग करते हैं? हाथ उठा लीजिए जरा। आप देख सकते हैं कितने लोगों ने हाथ उठाया। चलिए, तो आपके मन में एक जिज्ञासा होगी कि हिंदी का प्रयोग, हिंदी को पाठशाला में उचित बनाना क्यों जरूरी है? उत्तर भी मैं ही दे देती हूँ। हिंदी एक ऐसी भाषा है जो हम रोज बोलते हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ, अपने पड़ोसियों के साथ, दूध वाले से, किराने वाले से, चलचित्र में, यहाँ तक नाम के तख्ते में हिंदी लिखा जाता है। भारतीय जनगणना के हिसाब से 41.03 इंसान की मातृभाषा हिंदी है। इतना बड़ा समुदाय हिंदी बोलता है। आपको नहीं लगता है इस भाषा को हमें दूर तक पहुंचाना चाहिए? हिंदी एक पुलिया की तरह है जो जाने कितने करोड़ों लोगों को साथ में जोड़ती है। विश्व में हिंदी तीसरे नंबर पे बोले जाने वाली भाषा है। लोग हिंदी का प्रयोग अक्सर ही करते हैं। आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, भारतीय संविधान अनुच्छेद 343 के अनुसार हिंदी हमारी राज्य भाषा है। यहाँ तक कि नई राष्ट्रीय एजुकेशन नीति में भी हिंदी भाषा को महत्व दिया गया। आप ये भी सोच रहे हो कि हिंदी क्यों बोली जानी चाहिए, हिंदी क्यों पढ़ाना चाहिए? हिंदी की आवश्यकता क्या है? हिंदी हमारे संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देगी। हिंदी हमारे मस्तिष्क की वृद्धि बढ़ाएगी। हिंदी हमारे पूर्वजों की देन है और हमारा कर्तव्य है इसे फैलाने का। आप बोलेंगे, हम बोलेंगे, पूरा समाज बोलेगा। आप पढ़ेंगे, हम पढ़ेंगे, पूरा समाज पढ़ेगा। और अगर पूरा समाज पढ़ेगा तो पूरा विश्व भी पढ़ेगा। हिंदी ऐसी भाषा है। आपको जानकर अचरज होगा कि मध्य प्रदेश में MBBS की पढ़ाई हिंदी में होती है। इतना काफी नहीं है ये संक्षेप देने के लिए कि हिंदी पढ़ाई जानी चाहिए। तो यही लास्ट में बोलना चाहती हूँ मैं कि आइए हम सब साथ में हिंदी पढ़ते हैं। स्कूल पाठशालाओं को इसे अपनाने के लिए एक बढ़ावा देते हैं। हम पढ़ेंगे, देश पढ़ेगा, विश्व पढ़ेगा। धन्यवाद।
Now we have 1 minute for the rebuttal. Any questions?
जैसा कि आपने कहा कि 41.03% लोग
हिंदी बोलते हैं भारत में, तो क्या अगर हम भारत के अलग अलग छोरों पे जैसे उत्तर पूर्व में या फिर दक्षिण में जहाँ पे हिंदी भाषा का कम प्रयोग होता है, वो कम भाषा का प्रयोग करने वाले लोग क्या हिंदुस्तानी कम हो जाते हैं?
मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि भाषा से हिंदुस्तानी होने का प्रारूप मिलता है, पर अगर आप देखें तो कई लोगों की 51% लोगों की मातृभाषा हिंदी है। आप किसी दूध वाले के पास चले जाइए, किराने वाले के पास चले जाइए, भैया कितने का दिया, हिंदी का प्रयोग होता है। तो बस मैं यही चाहती हूँ इस हिंदी को आप अच्छे से जानें, और आप अच्छे से कब जानेंगे? जब आपको पाठशाला, निचली लेवल, निचली समुदाय और पाठशाला में आपको ये पढ़ाया जाएगा, आप समझेंगे इसको, तभी आप इसका प्रयोग कर सकेंगे।
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next participant, Kirti Singh.
सारी उंगलियां एक सी नहीं होती, परंतु अलग होकर भी मजबूत है बनती, ऐसा ही हमारा देश है। सुप्रभात, मेरा क्रमांक है 1 और मैं खिलाफ बोलूंगी कि सभी स्कूलों में हिंदी भाषा पढ़ाई जानी चाहिए। मनुष्य के लिए भाषा प्रभावी संचार का एक साधन है। पूरे विश्व में मनुष्य जैविक रूप से एक जैसे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी अनेक हजारों भाषाओं का प्रयोग करते हैं, और हिंदी उन हजार भाषाओं में से एक है। परंतु किसी एक भाषा को भारत का आधिकारिक भाषा घोषित करके सभी राज्यों में पढ़ाना अनिवार्य करना बिल्कुल विसंगत है। हमारा भारत एक विविधतापूर्ण देश है, जहाँ लोग विभिन्न धर्मों और संस्कृतियों का पालन करते हैं। यदि हम ध्यान से देखें तो हर क्षेत्र की अपनी एक भाषा है, और यही हमारे देश की खूबसूरती है। और भारत में बोलने वाली कई भाषा जैसे उड़िया, बंगाली, तमिल का अपना एक प्राचीन और ऐतिहासिक महत्व है। ऐसे में हिंदी को अनिवार्य करना अनैतिक होगा। दूसरी बात यह है कि यदि हिंदी भाषा क्षेत्र के लिए हिंदी मातृभाषा है, तो स्कूलों में उनका लाभ तो बहुत होगा, लेकिन दूसरे राज्यों में लोगों को अपने ही देश में नुकसान है। भाषा सीखी भी जा सकती है, परंतु हिंदी भाषी अपने स्कूलों में केवल गणित और विज्ञान सीखेंगे, वहीं और गैर हिंदी भाषी गणित और विज्ञान के साथ साथ उसे प्रयुक्त होने वाली हिंदी भाषा को भी सीखना पड़ेगा। और भारत में लगभग 44% लोग हिंदी बोल और समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें यह भी जानना होगा कि इस प्रतिशत को पहुंचने के लिए हमने न जाने कितनी भाषाओं को खो दिया। भोजपुरी के साथ क्या हुआ, मैथिली, मारवाड़ी, राजस्थानी, सूर्यपुरी, हरियाणवी के साथ क्या हुआ? इस आंकड़े तक पहुंचने के लिए हम सब ने हिंदी को कहीं ना कहीं खो दिया। हिंदी को इस आंकड़े तक पहुंचने के लिए हमने कहीं ना कहीं हिंदी बाकी भाषाओं को खो दिया। यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि भाषा का खोना संस्कृति का खोना भी होता है। हमारा भारत एक विविधतापूर्ण देश है, जिसके हर हिस्से में अलग संस्कृति और अलग भाषा है। हिंदी की अपनी एक पहचान है, लेकिन बाकी भाषाओं का भी उतना ही सम्मान है। शुक्रिया।
क्या आपके हिसाब से किसी भी तरह से एक औपचारिक भाषा का होना आवश्यक नहीं है इस राष्ट्र को चलाने के लिए? जैसे अंग्रेजी है या हिंदी है, अगर हिंदी एक औपचारिक भाषा के तौर पे हो, तो किसी भी दूरसंचार के लिए एक स्पेसिफिक भाषा का होना क्या जरूरी नहीं है आपके हिसाब से?
दूरसंचार के लिए अगर देखा जाए तो अंग्रेजी तो पढ़ाई जा ही रही है, ताकि हम सब ना केवल हिंदुस्तान बल्कि बाहरी दुनिया में भी जाकर पढ़ाई कर सके। लेकिन देश को एक होने के लिए एक भाषा की जरूरत नहीं। राष्ट्रगान तो हम संस्कृत में ही गाते हैं, जब तिरंगे को देखते हैं तो एक साथ ही गाते हैं, तो उसके लिए एक भाषा का होना जरूरी नहीं।
Thank you so much. Moving to the next participant, Sorry.
सुप्रभात एवं नमस्कार आदरणीय गुरुजन, प्रिय मित्रगण और सभा में बैठी समस्त जनता। आज मेरा विषय है देश में शरणार्थियों को बिना किसी शर्त के स्वागत करना चाहिए, और मैं पूर्णतः इस मुद्दे से सहमत हूँ। सीरिया के लोगों की दुर्दशा को हम सब भली भांति जानते हैं। कैसे किसी भी क्षण कहीं भी लोगों पर बमबारी हो जाती है, कैसे गोले बरसाए जाते हैं, लोग बिना अन्न के भूखे मरते हैं, इधर से उधर दर-बदर भटकते हैं। उनके दुखद चित्र को आप भुला नहीं सकते। याद कीजिए कैसे इमारतें ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखरी पड़ी हैं, कैसे बच्चे फटे कपड़े पहन के रो रहे हैं। ये सब अगर आप भूल चुके हैं तो मैं आपको कुछ साल पहले की ही चीजें याद दिलाना चाहूँगा। कैसे जब रोहिंग्या मुसलमानों को शरणार्थी बनना पड़ा, जब लोगों को उनकी दुर्दशा आपको याद दिलाना चाहूंगा। कैसे वहाँ की महिलाओं को स्वयं म्यांमार की सेना द्वारा शोषित होना पड़ा, लोगों को अपने घरों से बेदखल कर रास्तों पे ला दिया गया। कैसे इतनी दुर्दशा थी कि लोगों को रात में नींद तक नहीं आई। इन सब को सोचकर आपका ये आपके मन का मानव कहाँ जाता है? आपको ये नहीं लगता कि आपको खुद से ऐसे लोगों को शरण देना चाहिए, देश में ऐसे लोगों को आपस में मिला लेना चाहिए? अगर फिर भी आपका उत्तर ना है तो मैं आपको सोचने के लिए रिवर्स करना चाहूंगा कि खुद को उनकी जगह पे रख के देखिए। क्या आप फिर भी ये चाहेंगे, आप खुद वहां से भागना नहीं चाहेंगे? मैं आपको 6 साल के अलान कुर्दी की याद दिलाना चाहूंगा, जिसकी शव पाई गई थी फ्रांस के बीच में। क्या आप उसके माता पिता होकर अपने बच्चे के लिए एक अच्छा जीवन नहीं चाहेंगे, जहाँ पे खुशहाली हो, बच्चा पढ़ सके, बच्चा आराम से भोजन कर सके? इन सब को मद्दे रखते हुए यही एक उत्तर होता है कि ऐसे लोगों को शरणार्थी बना लेना चाहिए, खुद में मिला लेना चाहिए। अगर आपका प्रश्न ये है कि ऐसे लोगों को हम शरणार्थी बनाकर अपने देश में मिलाकर क्या हासिल कर रहे हैं, तो जी हाँ, एक व्यक्ति जो इतना अथक परिश्रम करके आ रहा है, अपने जन्मभूमि को छोड़ के आ रहा है, वो बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत कर सकता है। वो आपके देवी को आप उसको शरण दे रहे हैं, वो उसके लिए सदैव आपका किरदार रहेगा। और इसी सबके साथ मैं आपसे यही गुजारिश करना चाहूंगा कि हमें देश के शरणार्थियों को स्वागत करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
We have time for questions now. Yes, you.
आपने कहा कि हमें उनका स्वागत करना चाहिए। आप जानते हैं कि हमारे देश की स्थिति क्या है, आबादी कहाँ पर है, और साथ ही साथ ये सारे जो आ रहे हैं, इसका क्या हमारे पास एक जवाब होगा अगर वो अपने साथ कुछ आतंक लेकर आए?
इसके लिए मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि ऐसा अवश्य नहीं कि हम ही अकेले थे। हर एक देश को आपस में मिल बांट के इनको स्वागत करना चाहिए। और आप जहाँ तक आपकी बात रहेगी आतंक ला सकते हैं, इसके लिए ये और आवश्यक हो जाता है कि हम उन्हें सही पढ़ाई दें, उन्हें सारी सुविधाएं दें, जिससे वो और फल फूट सके, वो समझ सके कि क्या उनके लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, क्या महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much.
इस गंभीर समस्या पे आपका जो शरणार्थी को शरण देना है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये बात ठीक है, लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारे विचारों को ध्यान देना होगा, ताकि हमारे देश में आज जो आतंकी या मणिपुर की घटना या फिर और देश में बहुत सारी जगहों पे फ्रांस की घटना, लेकिन यदि आप जड़ में जाइएगा तो शरणार्थी हमारे यहाँ किस वजह से आ रहे हैं, इसे भी सोच रहा हूँ।
Anything you want to say on that? You can add.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
सभी को मेरा सुप्रभात, गुरुजनों को प्रणाम, सभापतियों को नमस्कार। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, ये क्रम संख्या 2 है। सदन में आज चर्चा का विषय है देश में शरणार्थियों को बिना शर्त स्वागत किया जाना चाहिए, और मेरा मत इसके पूर्णतया खिलाफ में है। अगर हमारे पास मृत्यु और तरस का पात्र होना और जीवित रहने परंतु एक बुरी छवि के साथ का चुनाव हो, तो हर दफा बुरी छवि के साथ जीवित रहना चुनेंगे। ये शब्द हैं प्रधानमंत्री, इजरायली प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती गोल्डा मीर की। 20वीं शताब्दी का अस्त और 21वीं शताब्दी का उदय ही मानवता को कई अभूतपूर्व संकटों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। आतंकवाद, उग्रवाद, धार्मिक चरमपंथ, मानव तस्करी एवं मादक पदार्थों की तस्करी, बेरोजगारी मनुष्यों पर एवं नागरिकों पर कहर बन के टूटे हैं। आज विश्व के ज्यादातर देश जहां अशांत हैं, वहीं कुछ राष्ट्र अपने राष्ट्र प्रेम एवं नागरिकों की बदौलत प्रगति के पथ पर अग्रसर है। यही कारण है कि इन समस्याओं से जन्मी एक और भयावह समस्या है, शरणार्थियों की समस्या। आज ये राष्ट्रों को लील जाने की क्षमता रखता है, चाहे वो भारत में रोहिंग्या व बांग्लादेशी शरणार्थियों की समस्या हो या फिर यूरोपीय देशों में अफ्रीकी एवं मध्य पूर्व एशियाई लोगों की समस्या हो। यहाँ तक कि अमेरिका भी इस समस्या से अछूता नहीं है। आज देश शरणार्थियों के दंश से पीड़ित है। मैं सदन की याददाश्त को जरा झिझोड़ना चाहूंगा। क्या आप सब भूल गए कि पठानकोट के सैन्य छावनी में जो हमला हुआ था, उसमें यही आपके मासूम एवं मजलूम रोहिंग्याओं का आंख होने का संदेह है। हमारी माताओं और बहनों पर बलात्कारों की खबर जो कि बांग्लादेशी शरणार्थी गार्ड्स के रूप में, वॉचमैन के रूप में आते हैं, ये कोई मनगढ़ंत कहानी नहीं है। शार्ली एब्दो पत्रिका की नृशंस घटना तो याद ही होगी आप सभी को। और हाल के दिनों में यूरोप के विभिन्न देशों में हो रही हिंसा, लूटपाट की घटनाओं को आप कैसे भूल जाएंगे? या फिर बर्माई कुकी प्रवासियों द्वारा मणिपुर की हिंसा। हम यह कदापि नहीं कह रहे कि अशांत जगह के लोग बुरे हैं, परंतु समस्या का मुख्य कारण है उनकी अशिक्षा, आर्थिक लाचारी, जिसके कारण वो आतंकवाद, नशावाद एवं अन्य देश विरोधी ताकतों के शिकार हैं। और उनका नए समाज को न अपना माना, कृतज्ञ होने के उलट कृतज्ञता का भाव होना, मिले अवसर को दया नहीं समझकर अपना अधिकार समझना ही मुख्य रूप से समस्या का कारण है। अंत में यही कहना चाहूंगा कि राष्ट्र की पहली प्राथमिकता जन समान होना चाहिए, जो कि दिन रात खून पसीने की मेहनत से देश को आगे बढ़ाता है। कर के पैसे नागरिकों के हित में होने चाहिए, ना कि परमार्थ। पोलैंड इसका एक स्वर्णिम उदाहरण है, जिसने स्वयं को शरणार्थी समस्या से बचाए रखा है। अंत में मैं बस यही कहूंगा आप सबसे कि घर जलाकर मंदिर में दिए नहीं जलते।
Thank you so much. Now we have the time for rebuttal. Yes.
अगर हम हाल ही की बात करें, ज्यादा पुरानी बात ना, तो 20वीं शताब्दी में कई यहूदियों को अमेरिका ने अपने यहाँ पे शरणार्थियों की तरह रखा था। तो क्या उससे अमेरिका किसी तरह से पिछड़ गया? उल्टा कई मायनों में उन्होंने उनकी सहायता करी।
ये जो यहूदी थे जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये जन सामान्य यहूदी नहीं थे। ये जो सामान्य यहूदी तो तब भी कंसंट्रेशन कैंप्स में अपनी मृत्यु की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे। ये उनकी उच्च वर्ग था, जो पढ़ा लिखा वर्ग था। ये उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मानव संसाधन था और एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर था। इन यहूदियों की जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन जैसे साइंटिस्ट आते हैं, तो वैज्ञानिक आते हैं। तो कोई भी देश जिनको ऐसे शरणार्थी अगर मिल रहे हैं, तो वो तो दोनों मतलब खुली बाहों से उनका स्वागत ही करेगा।
Please note that you should be 25 seconds overboard. Moving on to the next participant, Priyanshu.
सुप्रभात सभागण में सभी मौजूद और निर्णायक गणों को, अध्यापकों को एवं मेरे सभी सहपाठियों को। हमारा विषय है जेलों को सजा से ज्यादा पुनर्वास पर ध्यान देना चाहिए, और मैं इसके पक्ष में बात करूंगा। तो शुरू करने में, कोई भी आरोपी तब तक दोषी नहीं है जब तक उसका गुनाह प्रमाणित ना हो, ऐसा कहना है हमारे भारतीय संविधान का। इसका यह अर्थ है कि सारे लोग जिन पर आरोप लगते हैं वह सही में दोषी नहीं। कोई भी अपराध अपनी संतुष्टि के लिए नहीं करता है, परिस्थितियां लोगों को मजबूर करती हैं। जेलों में बंद कैदियां केवल इसलिए बंद किया जाता है क्योंकि उनका अपराध सिद्ध हो गया है, किंतु अपराधियों को कैद में रखने से क्या लाभ मिलेगा? हमें केवल संगीन जुर्म करने वाले अपराधियों को कैद में रखना चाहिए ताकि वे समाज के लिए कोई खतरा ना हो। लेकिन इसका यह अर्थ नहीं है कि सभी अपराधियों को कारावासी दे दें, वरना एक मानसिक चिकित्सालय और जेल में क्या अंतर रह जाएगा। एक अपराधी जब जेल की सलाखों के पीछे कैद होता है तब उसके बाहर उसके ऊपर आश्रित उसके परिवारजन भी होते हैं। उन लोगों के जीवन का पालन या संचालन की जिम्मेदारी कौन लेगा? दिल्ली के तिहाड़ जेल, जहां हजारों कैदी कैद हैं, वहां के कैदियों को अलग अलग हस्तकलाएं सिखाई जाती हैं ताकि वे आत्मनिर्भर बन सके और अपना कारावास पूरा करके बाहर निकलकर अपने जीवन का संचालन कर सके। वहां के कैदियों द्वारा बनाई गई विभिन्न वस्तुएं जैसे हस्तनिर्मित सजावटें, हस्तशिल्प, कलाकृतियां बाजार में बेची जाती हैं। हाल ही में कैदियों द्वारा निर्मित बिस्कुट एवं केक सांसदों जो देश का संचालन करते हैं उनके जलपान गृह में भी बेचा जा रहा था। तो अंत में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इस सभी से कैदियों को हो रहा है पुनर्वास और साथ ही देश का भी आर्थिक विकास। तो कैदियों को पुनर्वास के साथ साथ अपने सजा के साथ साथ पुनर्वास में भी सहायता देनी चाहिए।
आपने कहा कि सजा से ज्यादा उनके बाकी स्थितियों पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। मैं आपसे ये कहूंगी कि सजा जो है, जितनी कड़क सजा होगी कानून उतना कड़क होगा, और इसलिए जो इंसान गलत काम करता है या करने का सोच रहा है उसके अंदर एक डर होगा। और आपने कहा कि बाकी के कार्य सिखाएंगे उन्हें, वो उनकी मदद करेगा। मैं एक उदाहरण देती हूँ। शीना बोरा का जो केस था उसमें उनके जो कातिल थे उनको, जेसिका का जो केस था, उनके कातिल को छोड़ दिया गया। आपको क्या लगता है ये इंसाफ था उसके लिए? क्यों छोड़ा? क्योंकि उन्होंने सारे कार्य अपने किए और उनका व्यवहार सुधर गया। यही सवाल है आपसे कि आप लोगों के अंदर डर जो है वो कानून से बनता है। अगर हमने कानून को कमजोर कर दिया तो डर कमजोर हो जाएगा और इंसाफ भी नहीं मिलेगा।
देखिए, मैंने कहा है कि हमें सिर्फ संगीन जुर्म में अंदर किए गए कैदियों को इतनी सख्त सजा देनी चाहिए। इससे हमारा कानून किसी तरह से कमजोर नहीं हो जाता है। कानून उल्टा हमारे इसी तरह की स्थितियों में सहायता करने के लिए ही बना है। तो हमें हर किसी को अंदर करके पूरी तरह से कारावास नहीं देना चाहिए। कैद में रखने से कोई फायदा नहीं है, वरना जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि एक मानसिक चिकित्सालय और हमारे जेलों में कोई फर्क नहीं कर जाएगा।
आपकी जो तुलनात्मक अध्ययन है मानसिक रोगियाल और जेल, दोनों में डिफरेंस है, दोनों में अंतर है। रही बात जेल में जो यातनाएं दी जाती है या जो सजाएं दी जाती है, पहले जितने फैसले जल्दी जल्दी होते जाएं और हमारे कानून इतने मजबूत हों कि कानून के लोच पोच से बहुत सारे छूट जाते हैं, इस पे भी ध्यान दें।
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker, Mohan Kumar.
सुप्रभात माननीय शिक्षकगण, मेरे मित्र। हमारा क्रमांक संख्या 3 है। हमारा विषय है जेलों को सजा से ज्यादा पुनर्वास पे ध्यान देना चाहिए, और मैं इस विषय के विपक्ष में अपने तर्क प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगा। पहला तर्क, अपराध की गहनता। शैतान और इंसान का फर्क होना ही चाहिए। अगर अपराध की गहनता मानवता के परे चली गई तो पुनर्वास का सवाल सामाजिक गणता के तौर पे नुकसानदेह होता है। दूसरा तर्क, पुनर्वास की सफलता का तर्क। हाल ही के गठित सोसाइटीज में कुल 27% कैदियों में ही पाया गया कि उनके पुनर्वास का कोई उल्टा असर नहीं हुआ है। जैसे कि मान लीजिए कोई कैदी जेल से छूट के बाहर आया और 3 वर्षों के उपरांत वो वापस किसी और गहन अपराध में संलिप्त नहीं हुआ। तीसरा तर्क, हम आम आदमी की सुरक्षा किसी के स्वाभाविक विचारों की बदलने पे नहीं कर सकते, ये आम आदमी के लिए खतरे से भरा है। चौथा तर्क, तिहाड़ जेल की बात करें तो तिहाड़ जेल की कल्पना में देखें तो पुनर्वास महज मजाक सा लगता है, क्योंकि 1, 2 या 3 नहीं, हजारों जघन्य अपराध किए हुए अपराधी वहां प्रस्तुत हैं। जितने आपराधिक संरचना होती है उतनी ही उनके लिए पुनर्वास के लिए योजना गढ़नी पड़ती है। जितनी ज्यादा योजनाएं उतना व्यय, उतना ही ज्यादा पैसा उस योजना के लिए लगता है। अगर जितना लग रहा है उतना उपज हो जाए तो ये बहुत ही फलदायक होगा, लेकिन ये ऐसा नहीं होता है। यहाँ जितनी लागत लगती है उससे बहुत कम उपज है। तो इसमें ये कह सकते हैं कि जेल में पुनर्वास पूर्णतः एक आयाम नहीं होना चाहिए कि जेल में केवल पुनर्वास हो, सजा भी होनी चाहिए। 5वां तर्क, अगर बाकी कैदी ये देखे कि पुनर्वास से जेल में मुक्ति मिल जाती है, उनमें कानून और व्यवस्था का भय नहीं रहेगा। फिर कोई भी गहन अपराध करके सुधरने का दावा कर सकता है, अगर एक पल के लिए मान भी दे कि वे सुधर गए, पर उसके बाद आने वाले या उसके बाद घटित होने वाली घटना का कौन उत्तरदायी है? अगर मेरा बेटा मर गया, अगर मेरी माँ की मृत्यु हो गई, तो उसका उत्तरदायी कौन उठाएगा मेरे व्यक्तिगत क्षति का भार? तो अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं कि पुनर्वास अकेले केवल पुनर्वास से कुछ नहीं होगा। जेल में सजा और पुनर्वास दोनों का सामंजस्य बैठना चाहिए, मगर अपराध की गहनता के मद्देनजर अगर अपराध बहुत है तो पुनर्वास का उम्मीद बहुत कम। इसी से मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा। धन्यवाद।
आपने अभी बोला तो आपका मानना है कि अगर छोटे गुनाह होते हैं तो पुनर्वास दिया जाना चाहिए, आप ये मानते हैं?
पुनर्वास का अर्थ आप क्या समझती हैं, पहले आप ये बताइए।
आप उस लोगों को समझा रहे हैं, आप उन्हें शिक्षित करेंगे, आप उन्हें समझाएंगे कि ये नहीं करना चाहिए, आप उन्हें दूसरे कार्य में उपलब्ध करवाएंगे ताकि वो अपनी जिंदगी जेल से निकलकर ठीक कर सके। मैं छोटे गुनाहों की बात कर रही हूँ, ना कि संगीन गुनाह। मान लीजिए किसी ने चोरी कर दी। आपको कुछ बताना चाहूंगी, मुंबई जैसा शहर जहाँ पे बहुत बारिश होती है, तो जो लोग बस्ती में रहते हैं, झुग्गड़ में रहते हैं, वो क्या करते हैं, वो छोटा छोटा अपराध करते हैं। क्यों? ताकि उन्हें जगह मिल जाए रहने के लिए। तो ऐसे लोगों को आप पुनर्वास का उत्तरदायित्व करेंगे उनका पुनर्वास के लिए, या सजा सुना देंगे?
देखिए, पहली तो बात ये है कि पुनर्वास हम करेंगे। जो आपने उसकी व्याख्या दी पुनर्वास की, एकदम सही है। हम पुनर्वास करेंगे, लेकिन एक बार नहीं। अगर वो पहली बार आया मेरे पास जेल में, हम उसको पहली दफा पुनर्वास का मौका देंगे। दोबारा हम उसके ऊपर निगरानी भी रखेंगे। केवल पुनर्वास ही नहीं, निगरानी की भी आवश्यकता है। तो अगर निगरानी रहेगी तो आपकी जो बात है वो अपने आप गलत हो जाएगी कि किसी तरह हम उसको सही कर पाएंगे। आप किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं तो आप एक बार में वो चीज नहीं सही कर लेते। अगर आपको अच्छा नहीं लगा तो आप वापस बैठ नहीं जाते, दोबारा आप उसके पास जाते हैं। तो वो दोबारा जाने का प्रक्रिया जो है वो पुलिस करेगी कि हम आप पे निगरानी रखेंगे कि आप ठीक हैं या नहीं। अगर आप फिर से उस अपराध को कर रहे हैं तो फिर पुनर्वास का आप पे कोई वो नहीं होगा, आपको फिर पुनर्वास के लिए नहीं कंसिडर किया जाएगा।
Thank you. Judges, please note that Mohan went 8 seconds overboard, and yes sir.
मोहन जी है ना? मोहन जी, आप पुनर्वास के अगेंस्ट को ये जेल और पुनर्वास के पक्ष में है या विपक्ष में? हमें तो लग रहा था कि आप बहुत सारे मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स फेवर में ही बोल रहे हैं।
Thank you so much, participants.
This is the end of our first segment, the Hindi debate. Now we'll be moving on to our next segment, the English debate. So I would like to call the first four stalls. I'll be announcing the names. Kushavri Kumar and Kirti Singh, Sukmani Kaulyar and Yashasvi, Tushar Vesh and Varkha, and Somalia Bomi and Sania Suman. I'm announcing the names again. Kushavri Kumar and Kirti Singh, Sukmani Kaulyar and Yashasvi, Tushar Vesh and Varkha, Somalia Bomi and Sania Suman.
नहीं होना चाहिए मिस हो गया but only one scoring sheet is there. You said 15 teams, no?
Oh wait.
इसमें missing.
There's a slight change. We're having another team. Evan Joseph and Arushi Verma.
We'll be now beginning with the English debate. Slot number 1 is Kushavri Kumar. The time will be announced by Anjali Karan. At 2 minutes 30 seconds, he will raise his hand, and at 3 minutes, he will raise his hand again. Thank you.
My topic is prosecute juvenile felons as an adult, and I too support this. This is just because if you are someone who have the maturity to commit a crime, you should be liable for it. And if you are not liable for it, you will be someone who will be mocking the society. You will be a bad example for the future generations, and mind my words. You know what happens when you don't punish the adolescent, no? What they do, the criminals, they will hire them. They will hire them, then they will make the student, the small children do the crime. Don't you think if we don't punish the juvenile, they are just being pushed in pickpocketing or cutting or pushing off chains, these type of things, the students are getting, or the young generation is getting dragged. Three. You all know about Nirbhaya case, right? And we also know that there was a minor. Put a hand on your heart, everyone, and tell me, was he a minor? I don't see that. Not even a single percent. If you are mature enough to commit a heinous crime like that, you should be guilty and you should be punished. You know what is happening to that guy now? He is a chef in a Delhi's restaurant with a changed name and changed identity. Do you think our society is safe? I really don't think so. How can our society be so safe, yaar? We, a country of pride, honor, culture, heritage, these things, and we are living with someone who is a goddamn criminal? Not accepted, not by me. You know what happens when these criminals are left or they are not punished properly? What I feel, they dance on the 4 pillars of our democracy. They show, you gave me something, liberty, I'm misusing it, I'm wasting your energy, resource, effort, everything. You don't think if you pull someone, he's a criminal, you pull him, he's 16, he's 18, doesn't matter. He's 16, he committed a crime, put him to court, the court, you wasted his time, the police uses his time, and then you don't punish him. You're wasting the time. We have lakhs of cases pending in our Supreme Court and courts. How can you throw him out? You can say, no, he's a juvenile. Okay, the crime was like, okay, he got influenced and he did. No, man, no. He is a criminal and he should be punished. And in forensic medicine, we read something called as mens rea. The intent matter most than any action or crime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have time for rebuttal. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned something like we should punish them according to as treating them as adults. If they are so fixed in their mind, so we can treat them as adults. So what you consider the case of Robert Downey Jr., who was charged with drugs and all in very early in life, but then he went on to change himself and all. All of us deserve a second chance. We all have committed something bad in life for which we must have been punished, something like where the society won't accept us. So, are you creating barriers for a 16-year-old or an 18-year-old who has a whole life in front of him where he can change himself? Give him a chance. And you are putting barriers where the child would not be accepted by the society anymore because of putting a tag on him that he has gone to jail, he has been punished.
Thank you for the question, first of all. I'd like to make it very, very clear. I'm not saying he should be doing this or that. The thing is, if somebody is committing a crime, age should not be a barrier. In Robert Downey Jr.'s case, the thing was their parents were a drug addict and they influenced their child. So that's a different case, okay? And mind you, even you won't like if somebody is a criminal and sitting beside you and studying. Would you like that? And strong question, would you like that? Maybe not. You will like a criminal or a murderer to sit beside you and study for the same page, and you will be calculated for the same things. Why won't you judge? He's a criminal, man. Start judging. He is a criminal and he should be judged.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Any questions from the judges?
Yeah, I have one. You mentioned mens rea, which is rightful. Okay. So when you talk of mens rea, that is your mind that conceives the crime. What about the composed mentis?
Easy elaborate, sir.
Correct. Age 18 is chosen because the person is felt to be fit to think for his own. Correct. So what's your take on that? Mens rea, he might not be fit to have a thought of his own.
Thank you for the question, sir. What I feel personally, the 16, 18 is just a number which we humans have decided and put it if somebody crosses this, he is mature. But what I personally feel, and most of us will feel, that if he or she is capable enough to think and plan something which is heinous, something which is crime for adults, that he is already an adult, sir. If he can think, if he can do accordingly, then he is adult and he should be punished like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Up next, we have Kirti Singh.
Punishment is not for revenge, but to lessen crime and reform the criminal. But is severe punishment the only way to reform all the criminals? I don't believe so. A very good point to one and all in slot number 1. And I'll be speaking against the motion to prosecute juvenile felons as adults. There has been a considerable rise in the juvenile delinquency arrest, and this is definitely causing an alarm to parents and society at large. And so, government is implementing strict laws on these young minds. But clearly, there has to be a way in dealing with these minors. Children are the most vulnerable sections of the society. They are either the victims of the crime or at times the accused. But it is widely accepted that someone of that age lacks emotional maturity and understanding. Hence, a person below 18 is considered juvenile because they are prone to make mistakes as they are not in a position to make sensible decisions. And therefore, a crime committed by a juvenile cannot be perceived the same as a crime committed by an adult, as adults are always aware about the consequences. I firmly believe that juveniles do deserve a second chance, as they can change with proper guidance and proper counseling. In as much as they may be wrong, youngsters should not be given a death penalty. Secondly, life imprisonment is definitely not good for the juvenile. Adults have fewer years to live as compared to the youngsters, and so life imprisonment could be imposed to them. But as a matter of fact, these minors are the future generation of the nation, and they have a long way to go. And so, life imprisonment will only increase their criminal activities because their heart will be filled with the emotions of revenge. The consequences can be extreme. Most of the young offenders do not become adult criminals, but when they are punished them as adults, we change these odds. The teens tried as adults can move crime, cannot commit crime when released, and so the teens tried as adults can commit crimes after they move out, and so this brings an alarm of the way of the super predators. Also, most of the children in conflict with the law are illiterate and come from marginalized families. And so, why to punish them when the government should rather educate them? These juveniles who are treated as adults bear a lifelong potential debilitating stigma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have time for a rebuttal. Yes, Ajay.
You said the crime committed by an adult is not exactly the same as committed by a juvenile. But then if you look at it from a victim's point of view, even if the person who commits a crime is an adult or a juvenile, they suffer the same consequences. Don't they deserve equal justice? Because their suffering will be the same. They deserve their justice.
Thank you for the question. I said that the crimes committed by an adult should not be perceived the same as juvenile. First. Second, yes, the crime is same, no matter who is it. But everybody of us know that juveniles conduct crime not because they have a feeling. It's because of the exposure to them. Be it parents, be it media, be it society. We need to change that. We need to put restrictions on that. We need to put restrictions on social media, on OTT platforms, on movies, and not on the juvenile. If they come out with a mental state and commit a bigger crime, that would be a bigger loss for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the judges? Thank you. We move on to our next participant, Evan Joseph.
A panda walks into a bar. It orders some bamboo, eats it, then shoots everyone, and as it's about to leave, the bartender asks it, "Why did you do it?" The panda replies, "Don't you know, pandas eat, shoots, and leaves." Now that I have your attention, let me introduce you to my topic, technocracy should replace democracy. So technocracy is defined as a government formed by technical experts who have knowledge in their field. As told by Henry D. Saint-Simon, the coiner of the term technocracy, the hallmark of technocracy is administration of things by rational judgment. So let's go back to Socrates. Socrates asks us this question. If you are going to travel in a ship, who do you want as a captain? Just about anyone? Or someone who knows the basics, someone who's an expert at it? So what's so wrong with democracy? Our ex-union minister, Benny Prasad, stated this. I'm happy that the prices are increasing because it means that the farmers earn more money. But what he doesn't understand is that the context is about inflation. And anyone with even a basic understanding of economics knows that inflation is bad for even the producer and the consumer. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, as there is a Karnataka minister who dropped his phone in a dam and ordered the entire dam to be emptied just to retrieve his phone. And because of that caused uncountable drought and water scarcity in Karnataka. Let me give you a fictional example. Let's say a doctor and a candy shop owner is asking you for votes. A doctor says, I can heal you if you fall sick. I can save you if you have any life-threatening disease. But the candy shop owner says, I will give you candy, which will make you happy. Rather than the bitter stuff that the doctor gives you. My food will be tasty. I can give you a discount. So obviously people will go for the candy shop owner. Like in the words of Rajneesh Osha, democracy is of the people, for the people, by the people. But the people are not smart. I cannot use the exact word he used. So let's first congratulate ISRO on landing the Chandrayaan-3. If you see the fact that ISRO managed to do it even with the conditions that prevail in our country right now, I think they are more suited to run the country than the current politicians. Let's look at Dr. Varghese Kurian. That man changed the way we eat our food on an everyday basis with merely just being the head of a national dairy commission. Imagine what he could have achieved if he was in a higher administrative state. So I would like to end my speech with one question to all of you. Would you like a country that is focused on progress and advancement, or a country that has enough with stagnation and complacency? Thank you.
Now you have time for rebuttal. Yes.
Commendation for speaking so well. My question to you is that China right now is an autocratic technocracy, but the principles of equality and equity cannot be seen so much. What are your views on it?
So, as we know, not everything comes for free. There's a saying in physics that says there's nothing called free lunch. So, as a result, if you see in China, it is one of the largest economies in the world. It's literally a superpower. And this is a price to pay for it. But it's not that the Chinese citizens are unhappy. They are pretty happy with how it is because their country is one of the biggest countries and one of the most advanced countries in the world. The amount of industrialization and economic power is uncomparable to other countries. So it is benefit versus disadvantages. We have to weigh them properly.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, with technocracy comes qualification, and with qualification, do you say there should not be elections, rather an interview for all the posts?
So major companies that exist right now have this system called meritocracy, which is what I want to suggest, which is like if someone has the capabilities and the skills to perform a certain job, only he should be allowed to perform that certain job, because obviously he will be much better at the job. Like the same Socrates example, someone who's expert at driving a ship will obviously be better than an average man. So that's what I'm trying to say. Interviews will work out.
Thank you. Next we have Arushi.
A panda walks into a bar and orders a bamboo stick. That does not make sense, just like technocracy doesn't. I am slot number 2 and I represent the school of thought that believes democracy should not be replaced by technocracy. I would like to take an audacious moment and put a question in this room full of doctors. Do you, as a medical professional, believe that you possess the calibers to speak on matters pertaining to national defense? Or better yet, would you place your indubitable faith in a government in which the prima facie of being the sole policymaker for defense matters is an MD? Where once humans lived in a world that existed amongst the insurgents of fascism, we as a civilization have magnanimously progressed to a democratic society. I don't believe democracy should be replaced by technocracy because the roots of democracy lie with people who refuse to be yes men to cynical tyrants, pushovers, and bureaucrats. The gratitude is mine and yours to exist in a society that keeps the interests of basic human rights on a high pedestal. After shedding ounces of blood, sweat, and tears, we finally come to live in a world which is simply of, for, and by the people. I believe that technocracy as an element should not be entirely done away with, but instead should be diligently integrated into a democratic society. The government should establish a communion between the two. Doctors should rightfully be involved in matters pertinent to healthcare and should be involved in crafting the basic outline of the said policies, but should not act as standalone decision makers. Technocracy is just a mere silhouette and just a shell of a concept that aims at making a void look all glittery and shiny instead of focusing on creating a machinery that actually works and serves the purpose. I would like to quote a few examples. In 1993, Mr. Moheen Qureshi, a PhD in economics, who looked to revolutionize the economic trajectory of Pakistan, was employed, and he exorbitantly failed. And very recently, Mr. Imran Khan, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, established a cabinet full of connoisseurs in digitalization, finance, and tax and such. None of them could deliver, some resigned, and the ones that stayed in the room created very little impact. To conclude, it is rightfully said that the human mind is taking us down the path of technocracy and has become the adversary of life itself, and collaterally the adversary of human soul. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushi. Now we have time for rebuttal. Anyone? Yes. Symphony. So if the floor is not asking for
So, by definition, technocracy does not refer to an elected government. It refers to a government which is chosen by the ones in power. How do we, as a people, provide and present our say in such a technocratic government?
Could you rephrase your question, please?
So, we talk. You're speaking that technocracy. You speak. I'm so sorry.
She's against technocracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you are against technocracy,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Right. So technocracy is okay. I'm sorry. Then my question might be
That's why I told you.
That's
You are asking for.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the judges? Yes.
Yes. Is there any example from India? Your questions is for the democracy.
Yes, sir. Sir, as I said, my school of thought is not entirely inclined towards the fact that democracy should be the only institution to exist and technocracy should be entirely done away with. I believe that people who are skilled and possess PhDs and have real-time experience should be involved, but should not act as standalone.
Madam, just I ask you, is there any example from India? Whatever you quoted from the Pakistan,
Yes.
can we quote from India?
So not that I'm aware of, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to call Prashasti.
Esteemed judges, faculty, and the encouraging audience in front of me, a very warm good morning. This is slot number 3. The House today is buzzing its attention on the topic that believes developing countries should also accept environmental sanctions. And my views are in its favor. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to buy land here in India, and if at all you wish to settle in the United States or Europe, please abandon those plans, because arguers against this motion feel that the burden of climate change and environmental mayhem would only be suffered by the developed nations, because of the mess they created centuries ago, and we shall remain untouched and pristine. Nature's library is burning, oceans rising to gulp everything, heat wave ready to roast, and all it gets global warming recklessly increasing. I ask people, is it time opportune enough to engage into a dogfight of tucking responsibility? Or is it the time to act so that our future generations won't smother under waste, get burnt by the heat, or submerged under the ocean so vast? I fail to understand why we tend to take things so personally. Why do we see sanctions levied only upon India? China has a habit of flipping sides between developed and developing. When required to brag about development, it becomes developed, while in terms of reckless use of resources and carbon emission, it tactfully switches to developing. Sanctions, to be specific, are for these habitual defaulters. I take pride to tell you that today my country is being instrumental in getting Global Solar Alliance onto the ground. We are a civilization, we were a civilization, we are a civilization, and we shall remain to be a civilization. A civilization where nature matters and synchrony is a way of life. Ladies and gentlemen, my country is taking big steps and continuous steps in erasing its carbon footprints, commissioning huge solar and wind farms. It is not about sanctions, but the discomfort it brings, which is what is important. The discomfort that shall compel states to adopt newer, cleaner, and greener technologies. It shall give rise to a whole green industry with people being the heroes of Earth. The past may have been polluted, but I dream of a greener future and a future together, wherein our children would not breathe fumes from the factories. Yes, my brothers and sisters are working tirelessly in innovating sustainable resources such as the hydrogen economy, eatable carry bags, and others to mention. I assure you, friends, my country is regarded as Vishwaguru only for a reason, and we will not leave any state behind in our efforts for a better tomorrow. In the end, I quote, "There are no passengers on the spaceship Earth. We are all its crew members." Thank you.
Thank you, Yashasvi. Now we have the time for rebuttal. Any questions to the judges?
Well said. Just I want to ask you, you said that it's the policy. Do you think the policy decision what they have done by the European countries and yes, you said the American people, do you think the policy decision is good there? That means you think the politician is not up to the mark what they are facing now, the problem is. Do you think in that way?
So kindly elaborate.
Actually, you said this is policy decision, that's why we are happy. I want to ask you that decision what they have made the government, the politicians or the government, they have decided regarding the 5-year program or 5-year program like this, they are doing. So do you think the decision what they have made was wrong in comparison to that of India what we have?
No, sir, the decision was not wrong. I just intend to say that many a times we run away from these sanctions and we cry the victim card of being lately independent. However, whatever things have been done in past cannot be merely just be thought about, contemplated. There needs to be a strong action so as the future has to be saved and secured.
Well said. Just have one second.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Yashasvi. Now I'd like to call Sukmari.
Shared responsibilities, as the West likes to put it, or rather shared burdens, as the realists would agree. A very warm good morning to all the members of the House and their esteemed judges. Today I stand here to present my views against the motion of the House. India is a developing nation born merely 76 years back, and yet today it is being charged the cost of growth. Don't you think imposing fines and sanctions will be unfair burden on developing countries? Obviously, yes. We face disproportionate implications, unordinate burdens in both economic development and poverty eradication. We need a flexibility to prioritize immediate development needs over the environment concerns, which in retrospect was not even the child of our actions. I'm sure my very worthy opponent here wholeheartedly believes in the sanctity of the sanctions, but I do not. Industrial revolution, which took Britain and EU by the storm in 17 and 1800s, did harm so unimaginable that it could never be undone. The construction of United States of America led to oil spills too many to count. The ocean still suffers. I ask you today, were there any repercussions to these actions? Members of the House, the answer is a very disheartening no. So I ask you here and now, why are these developed nations asking us to pay for the harm that they have caused? It's not just environment to see. We as a developing nation rely heavily on natural resources. Imposing sanctions on industries could lead to job loss, economic decline, increased poverty rates. Doesn't the House believe that it's important to support the developing nations in the transition to a sustainable practice rather than punish them for the current environment realities which the House shall mind was not their fault to even begin with? We as a nation do lack the necessary technological advancements and infrastructure to adopt more environment-friendly practices. Imposing these sanctions will do two major things. One, widen the technological divide on a personal level, and two, stifle our ability to acquire and implement sustainable technologies at large. I would like to ask the House what could be alternatives. The alternatives could be fostering cooperation, providing resources, providing knowledge transfer instead of punitive measures. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. You change them by building a model that makes the old one obsolete. Thank you.
Thank you, Symphony. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes.
You said that the sanctions have like no effect, right? They don't really have a lot of effect. But then these same sanctions are the ones that completely stop CFCs from being used and repair the hole in the ozone layer. So you cannot say that sanctions are completely useless, because now since the ozone layer is repaired, it's almost guaranteed us another like 100 years of life for the human race.
Thank you for such a wonderful question. Coming back to the question about sanctions being useless, quote unquote, I never used the word, first of all. Secondly, sanctions are not exactly guidelines which the UN sets. Sanctions are punitive measures, punishments which are given on an international level. Well, these are not decided by us, the people who are actually part of the committee. These are decided by the global elites who already have a future in holdings, who already have a strong hold. I just feel that we need a proper representation if the sanctions cannot be lifted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next team. Sanya Suman. A very good morning, esteemed judges and my fellow debaters. Today, my slot number is 4, and I stand before you as a proponent of the motion opposing of building a wall between India and Myanmar. I would like to begin with a quote. You cannot love your brother across the world if you do not love your neighbor across the street. India is known as a peace-loving country. You know, we are known for the harmony, cooperation, and a healthy relationship we maintain with the countries across the world. And even the idea of building a wall across two countries will contradict our values. So, what does the wall actually signify? Does it signifies a mere physical demarcation? No, not at all. It signifies division. It signifies exclusion. It creates misunderstanding. It creates tension between the two countries. And let me tell you, there are many scavengers who are waiting to prey on the death of the relationship between these two countries. So, if we build a wall between us, there will be a diplomatic relationship between India and Myanmar, and countries like China will wholeheartedly come and exploit this hatred between us. Now, this was just a political aspect. Let's move to an economic aspect. Let me tell you all that the total merchandise trade between India and Myanmar has reached $1.76 billion in 2022 to 23. Many people from both the countries, be it India or Myanmar, their main source of income is the trade that's happening between the two countries. Building the wall, developing a diplomatic relationship will snatch their source of income. Will that be fair? Will that be a justice for those people? No, not at all. Now, coming to the local communities, we all know that Myanmar shared its boundaries with state of India like Manipur, Mizoram, and Nagaland that harbors many tribal communities like the Kuki and the Naga communities. They have their, they live in a harmony over there. They have a person-to-person relationship in that point of area. And if we build a wall between them, they will lose their personal family, and plus they will revolt against our own government. What we saw in many cases like West Bengal and Bangladesh, can our country afford such more cases? No, we cannot. Now, the area that we are building the wall in, that also harbors many flora and fauna. We are exploiting the country's relationship, at the same time we are exploiting our mother nature. Now,
Moving to the last point. Will the wall appear automatically? No. We have to spend many resources. We have to recruit many laborers. We have to recruit even more army professionals over there for the security. Don't you think that these can put into a better work for development of our country? Yes, we can. And if we see that in the longer run, we should not build a wall between these two countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gautam. Yes, Yashasvi. She's actually speaking against the motion. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Kirti.
You said that there will be broken relations if we do war. What about the surgeons in India who are illegally consuming and supplying arms, which is leading to even more damage? Also, the army or the guards who are there, they are losing their lives. They are more important to us. So, what a building of a wall will save our army as well as will stop this crime of supplying of the arms.
I would thank you for the question. First of all, I will answer your question with a question. Do you think that if we build a wall, these things will end up? For an example, I belong to Bihar. Okay, so some years ago, my state was declared a dry state. What do you think? Alcohol is not brought in my state. Yes, it is. It is being brought, and just by building a wall, we cannot make a stop at all these activities happening. Now you're saying about the army professionals. So, what happens is, okay, yeah, there is a danger, I agree. But if we build a wall between the two countries, the people of our own nation will start revolting against us, and the army will get martyred because of our own country people. Is that fair? No, it is not. I don't think it is fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Somalia.
A very good afternoon to everyone seated here. And I am speaking against the motion and against the thought that we should not build a wall between Myanmar and India. Starting with a quote that is, wearing an armor does not prevent the love to penetrate, but it protects us from the bullets of hatred. India and Myanmar have always shared a cordial relationship, but due to the recent cross-country crime, feuds have been added, and there has been discussion about building a wall. And I stand in favor of building the wall because of the various reasons. One of which is that many anti-social organizations, under the garb of villagers, try to exploit the liberty that is provided by both the governments. And they participate in organized crimes like smuggling of gold and valuables and poaching of trees and animals. This has cost India in 2022 alone $27 million, or to present it in Indian rupees, 223 crore rupees. Another point is that many Myanmar students use the free movement regime, in which villages on either side of the border can cross on either side up to 16 kilometers without the use of visa. So they use this to take admissions in Indian schools and colleges, and sometimes even take up jobs in the Indian subcontinent. So according to the population Myanmar, that is 1.5 billion people, and we do understand that the resources that are present here aren't enough to suffice the 1.5 billion people only. I think it would be a very foolish idea to be generous and squander away whatever resources we have. Another point would be that, yes, this wall would prevent or would restrict the cross-country trade. It might be difficult initially, but we can empower our people to start from scratch, create jobs in such sectors, and finally be self-sufficient, where in the future we don't have to rely for those resources on the other countries. Another one would be that most of the people who are involved in these organized crimes are the youth. Building up a wall would not only discourage them from this, but the youth can then be told about and educated about this, where they utilize their potential so that we can create a better future for them and for our country as well. Very serious question would be that there are very numerous infiltrations from the other side, and one of the most recent and one of the most violent attacks was the July 2015, where 20 of our soldiers got martyred. Building up a wall would send a very strong warning to the rebels as well as the anti-national organizations, and as well we can regulate the movement of people across the border. So building up a wall may sour relationships with Myanmar, it may hurt many people, but it is required for our development and for our protection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time for rebuttal. Yes.
Right. I want to say that India as a country apparently does not have very great relations with its immediate neighbors such as China and Pakistan and to some degree Bangladesh. Now you are completely in support of building a wall between India and Myanmar. How do you think that is going to support the inter-country relations of India and the continent?
So you are actually suggesting that since I have a bad relationship with three of our neighbors, who I would discourage them from calling neighbors anymore, and we are actually embracing the other people who are trying to create conflicts, like the Myanmar and all. They are trying to create conflicts, and we are trying to embrace them still. So won't it be a wise decision to abstain from that at this moment and create walls? Maybe in the future we can decide upon that. But at this moment, where our own security, integrity, everything is being endangered, why to invite more trouble? We can't add a fourth country so that then only the Indian Ocean region is empty, where even Sri Lanka is there. So we can't cross ourselves with such neighbors and people.
Thank you so much. This is the end of the first four slots. Thank you so much. Now I'll be calling the next four slots. Ananya Nagar and Sadaf Afri, Bhavna Singh and Shubhangi Mishra, Inakshi Kanjilar and Farad Faruqi, Aryan Prakash and Ayushi Sharma. Please come on stage. All the participants who are left, please note this side is for the motion, and that right side of the stage is for the motion, and left side of the stage is against the motion. Thank you. Okay, first participant is Sadaf Afri.
Good morning to each one present here. This is slot number 5, and the topic of our discussion is whether this house should impose a ban on the development of neural lace technology. Neural lace refers to a mesh-like interface that could potentially, please note, I am emphasizing on the word potentially, that could potentially enhance cognitive abilities, enable brain-human and computer connection, and improve certain neurological disorders. While the proponents argue that this could be a revolutionizing potential to the entire human race, but there are many valid reasons which suggest that there should be a ban on this technology to altogether. A major aspect to recognize here is the ethical implications of manipulating the human brain. A technology like neural lace would enable the governments and the corporations to move inside the people's brain, and our innermost thoughts and emotions, which we would have want to keep it hidden from the entire public, would not remain private anymore. Also, another thing to note is the disparity among the socio-economic conditions. If a technology of this sort is implemented, it would create a divide between those who could afford this kind of enhancement and those who couldn't. Therefore, it would exacerbate the already existing inequalities and it would marginalize the underdeveloped communities. Moreover, we don't know what are the long-term health exposures that technologies like this could have on our brain. We know that human brain is a very complex organ. Introducing foreign elements would lead to unforeseen conditions such as neurological disturbances, and it would also lead to unintended cognitive changes. If we rush to develop a technology of this sort without knowing the physiological impact that it could have on us, it would be really dangerous. Also, I undoubtedly agree that technology has provided us with a lot of benefits. But when we treat with a situation of this sort, where we are directly intriguing into our brain, then we must really be cautious. I would like to cite an example here. A company named Neuralink, which deals with brain implants of this sort. It was highly in news last year because of the animal testing that it was doing. It was very harsh on animals. So considering these points, I think these are evidences which are enough to suggest that these technologies suggest a possible breach, not only in ethics, but also in the safety. So we should really put a ban on the development of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes.
I have a question. Initially, you mentioned that if we introduce such a technology, we'll be compromising our emotions and that will be channelized out to the various big dignitaries which will be controlling this. But then immediately after that, you said that it will create a socio-economic divide. If we have a negative impact, what will this do? Will the lower stature of the society be encouraged to purchase these things? And if they will not be encouraged to purchase such things, how will it create a socio-economic divide?
Okay, so I think you misinterpreted my point. There were 2 points which I was talking about. First, our body is considered sacred in many of the beliefs. Okay, mind being the most important thing of the body, which controls our entire body, nobody would want someone to look into our mind. That was one point. The second point was, which you said, yes, the lower classes cannot afford this kind of technologies, right? So, we are already dealing with a society where there is a lot of inequality, where the poor keeps getting poorer and the rich keeps getting richer. So, if this kind of technology is introduced, then the inequality which is existing, that would further be enhanced, right? That was my point.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think interesting topic. Okay. Technology, as you said, can cause inequality, but it can also lead to equality. Suppose any kind of mind enhancing technology you have, it might offer an equal platform to someone who does not have a natural opportunity. Would you want to define that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. I totally agree with you that it could potentially provide an opportunity for someone who has a neurological disorder. But as medical students, we are always advised to weigh the risk to benefit ratio. I feel that the benefit that we are having here is only the probable assumption that it might lead to the betterment of certain neurological disorders. But on the contrary, the harms that we are having, the list I feel is never ending. And I think now we are not equipped or we are not prepared for a technology like this. And I don't think a technology like this can anywhere, come in future.
Thank you so much. We have our next participant, Ananya Nagar.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges, distinguished participants, and all the audience members. I am slot number 1, and my topic is whether the House should ban the development of neural-based technology, and I firmly...
Slot 5. You're slot 5, right?
My topic is whether the House should ban development of neural-based technology, and I stand firmly against it. Now first, basically what is neural-based technology? It is basically a technology which is capable of monitoring the brain function and facilitating direct computing contacts just by using human thought. Now there have been many debates about it, many people raise questions on it. But it is very imperative that we consider the massive potential that can lead to the development of human capabilities through this technology. The idea of tapping into the immense energy of the human brain is not only groundbreaking, but also possesses capacity to redefine the boundaries of what humans can achieve in the future. Now, for instance, let's talk about the medical field.
us being future medical professionals, we can only imagine how much benefit or what this kind of technology brings to the table for patients of Parkinson's, for patients of epilepsy, or patients suffering from paralysis. We can read their thoughts, we can know their needs, we can plan a better treatment for them. This kind of technology will revolutionize the world of mental health. It will revolutionize the world of psychiatry. Besides this, not only medical field, this technology will bring great relief to the criminal court of justice as well. Now, furthermore, it is vital to note that weren't similar concerns raised when technologies like, say, the computer or the internet were being developed. But now the humans have learned to thrive with it and adapt to it. Every coin has two sides. Every technology comes with its demerits, but it does not mean that you will straight away go and put a ban on it. This means that we should mainly focus more on ethics, on how to use it, on how to implement it. That is what we should focus on, and we should not directly ban on something which is a new concept just because we cannot absorb it right now. In conclusion, I firmly believe that rather than imposing a blanket ban, we should focus on establishing ethical guidelines that prevent misuse and allow people to benefit from it. With an eye on the greater good, we can ensure that this technology enhances our lives without compromising on our humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have time for rebuttal now. Any questions from the judges?
I have one. Okay. Most of your argument was based on reading thought. Correct? Now, technology is good if you can read thought. What about any technology can be hacked? What about privacy?
So actually there have been concerns about using this kind of technology, using neural-based technology for surveillance. But sir, we have our basic constitution, we have our basic human rights, and no technology will come from outside and go against the constitution. The government will not allow it. If people say that this neural-based technology will create surveillance state kind of thing, then it is actually not possible. It is merely an exaggeration.
Thank you so much.
Now, we'll call our next participant, Bhavna Singh.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all.
Mike, switch on.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone. I am slot number 6 and I will be speaking for the motion. My topic is that I believe that voting age should be lowered to 16. So there is a very well saying that young voices are the future choices. So I firmly believe that it could enhance the civic engagement among the young peoples and would also give them a voice in decision making. That is very crucial for the fundamental changes that needs to be created in a voting system. So many supporters also believe that individuals at 16 are quite mature enough to make their own decisions and take part in decision making and contribute meaningfully to in a democratic nation. For there are two key reasons that especially supports this system that voting age should be lowered for the young peoples. Like firstly, that these peoples are well educated in civics, so they know the value of the political issues and governmental systems. So they can make their own decisions. So in that case, they should be allowed to take part in voting system. And it is also said that they are also the part of the civic life. They are also affected by the various governmental changes like paying taxes and all, etc. So they should be provided a chance to take part in the voting system. Some may say that, many critics would say that if they would be allowed to take part in voting, then their voting might be skewed by the thoughts of their teachers or family members. But in that situation also, I would like to say that these they should be provided a chance. If also they won't make a right decision in voting, they might learn something. Their view of thinking, that what they think about the voting, that should be given the choice. And while participating in the voting system, they will also be given their rights and responsibilities, that they should be aware of, that this would foster their sense of belonging to a society. A very well proverb comes here, that tomorrow's leaders, today's choices. Let young votes have strong voices. So, and by this way, we are also keeping track of the democracy having equality and justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes, and
Ma'am, it is scientifically proven that the logical side of our brain, which is the prefrontal cortex, it does not develop completely until a person is almost 25. So, do you think a person who is not as capable as an adult of logical thinking should be given the right to vote? Considering that in most of the countries, almost 80% countries of the world, had their voting age 21 and then it was lowered to 18. So, do you think that a person who is not as capable of logical thinking should be given the right to vote?
First of all, thank you for your question. Whatever you said, I already mentioned this thing. Even if they won't make right decisions, they should be given chance, because see, currently also we are having a voting age till 18. I don't think that these numbers like 16 and 18, these are just created by us. I think that just this 2 years of gap can't create any significant changes in mentality of the thinking and thought process and maturity. What's it? Thank you.
thank you so much. Any questions from the judges? Thank you. We move on to our next participant, Shubhangi Mishra.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am against the belief of lowering the voting age to 16 years. Someone has correctly said, liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among people who have the right and a desire to know. When it comes to a government like ours, which is quite democratic, then it is formed by the people of the country and for the general well-being of the people inhabiting this land, and that too for nearly half a decade. We don't expect the hope of millions of miles to go in vain just because a mere responsibility was placed into the hands of someone who was incompetent to take such a decision. Teens can do a lot to change the world, like you're saying about the 16 years olds. They can start food drives, they can pick up litter, they can donate money to the causes that they believe in. But giving them the right to vote, this is utterly not something that we should strive to do. In recent years, this thought has brought about many opinions to the forefront. However, when it comes to my belief, I consider a 16-year-old to be lacking enough maturity and life experience necessary to vote. Just bringing more people to vote doesn't mean that the decision will be right. We need people having competence in politics, and choosing a government should be more in mature hands instead of some 16-year-olds. Many 16-year-olds are extremely immature and they are very much new to this concept of politics. Why burden their shoulders with it? They got to manage their studies even. Let alone the idea of giving them the precise opinion to speak in issues affecting the entire nation. Giving teenagers 2 years to mature their perspective and understand as to how politics actually works will enable them to put forward a more educated opinion. People argue saying that a large number of incapable voters are there among us 18 years olds even. But are we even planning to increase that number? No, certainly not. Moreover, an 18 years old is more likely to have a life experience more than that of a 16 years old. So we don't plan to increase the number of voters who are not going to make any difference in the condition of our nation. There are only two lasting bequests that we can hope to give to the 16-year-olds. One of is the roots and the other is the wings. Instead of expecting the young minds to vote and bring a government in place, we can arm them with educated ideas so when the time comes as adults, they can take the nation to the peak of greatness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have 5 questions. Yes.
Okay, so for the most part of your debate, you talked about maturity and immaturity, and you said how a 16-year-old is immature. So do you really believe that age is what something corresponds to maturity? Because I have seen some 40 years old committing heinous crimes and then they are immature because they are performing such crimes. And I have seen some 14, some 12-year-old competing on world platforms because of their maturity. So do you really believe that age is only something that corresponds to maturity?
Thank you so much for your question. But for the most part of my debate, the topic that I chose, I would like to say that we are not planning to increase the number of incompetent voters. Imagine having a 16 years old voter who is quite incompetent, and on the other hand, we have enough 40 years old people who have committed heinous crimes. We don't expect to increase the number. So some kind of we expect a 16 years old to get more affluent when it comes to politics, instead of just going to vote and bring a nation to its peril. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will move on to the next thought, Inakshi Kanjiran.
Good morning. I'm slot number 7 and I'm going to speak for the motion that children should be legally allowed to contribute to the family income. By UNICEF definition, a child is anyone who is below the age of 18, and by definition, income means money that is earned on a regular basis through work or through investments. By Section 64(1)(a) of Income Tax Act of India, the income earned by a minor should be added to their parents' income. As per Child Labour Prohibition and Regulation Act, children are allowed to work in non-hazardous occupations. Therefore, to earn money, first a child needs to work as long as it is not dangerous. This not only leads to learning a lot of new experiences, but also teaches them responsibility and self-reliance. Children are impressionable. They see new things from friends, from advertisements, and they might want those things. Sometimes their family situation is not enough to provide them whatever they want. This no from their parents sometimes just leads to tantrums and anger and sadness. If a child earns money, they'll understand the importance of the money. Yes, this might lead to premature affluence, but when the child starts contributing to their family, that is when they will understand the situation of their family monetary conditions and will also learn to differentiate between their needs and their wants. Also, nowadays, everyone has a phone in their hands, from a 6-year-old to a 60-year-old. And reels, YouTube videos, TikToks, these are something that everyone does as their hobby. Turning those into a form of occupation will earn them money but also bring them enjoyment. This money, if put into their family income, will not only increase their better lifestyle, give them a better lifestyle, but also will help the parents to give the child a better life. A research by David S. Johnson and Michael Leno says that approximately 1/3 of the teenagers were employed sometime during 1997 to 1998, but none of their families was having an increment in their family income. In US, average expenditure of teenagers is $9,390 to $9,530 per year. In 1999, average households spent $48 billion in the whole nation on their kids. Especially in India, where a family has a lot of kids, this amount of expenditure amounts to a lot, and sometimes are families are just not able to afford that. So if a child goes out and earns even a little amount of money and provides a small percentage of it to the family, it will lead to a lot on total. Thus, not only do this lead to a positive outcome for the family, but also for the child who learns a lot of new skills which might help them in their adult life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have questions. Yes, Aditya.
It is actually a two-part question. So part A being, that we have child labor laws in India, that children below 14 cannot work. Now the basic reason for it is children are very easy to exploit. If they come in a workplace, they can be very easily exploited. And I am not just talking about factories, even children in show business. They are also very easily exploited, paid less, or crimes are committed against them. They are not treated well. And secondly, how do you expect a child who is working to manage his school or co-curricular or overall holistic development along with it?
So to answer your first question about exploitation, yes, child labor laws are there, but as long as they're working in a place where they're not abused or it is not a dangerous environment, it is allowed by child labor law, as I mentioned earlier. And in every business, even if they're an adult or they're a child, yes, children are easier to abuse, but that does not mean adults aren't. That just means that their parents or their guardians should be more aware of it and should make their children more aware. That it means that children should stop working. Likewise, just like adults can't stop working because there is a lot of exploitation and abuse in the workplace. Second question was.
That how are they supposed to manage their holistic development?
Yes, so holistic development means all-around development, right? So when I'm working at for example, a shop, I'm just counting money. I'm learning about math, which I'm also doing in school. So I'm basically having real-life experience about the theoretical stuff that I'm studying. So it only helps them when they go out into real-life, adult life, where they have to experience those.
Thank you so much. We move on to the next participant. Faruqi.
We all grew up with the gratifying memories of television shows. Some were fixated with Hannah Montana, while others relentlessly craved the Shakalaka pencil. But there was one common thought which parented in all our minds. What a life they have. They have made it all for the future. And what a pleasantful present are they enjoying. Hardly were we aware of the turmoil and the anguish which were engraving in their hearts. So a wonderful morning to all of you present here. I am slot number 7 and I strongly stand against the topic that children should be allowed to contribute to family income. In a developing country like ours, there exists a wide range of families whose net gross income lies in a low to mediocre range. So as my fellow colleague rightly stated, such families have complied to the certitude that the children might have to take up tasks of labor or various other bigger jobs. According to a leading journal, about 160 million children across the world are engaged in the task of child labor. This not only deprives them of their childhood, but interferes with their schooling, inflicting upon their mental health. Such conditions make their life punitive, with the dearth and shortage of social and physical development. But let's just divert the attention to a more higher stature of a society. Yes, I'm talking about the parents of child actors. Albeit, the scene here shifts to less physical appearing of children in the guard of the lustre of the television, but the trauma to mind and being is inexorable. Yes, I agree that each child does not goes through these phases of abuse, and some might also sail through, thus inculcating the inner passion. But I here stand for the majority. Again, shifting the scenario, we as a generation have witnessed the rise of budding and entrepreneurs, all young and hearty, who also have been able to contribute to their families. These, raised by the internet, were wise to the worldly issues beyond these years. But I would just like to contemplate that such endeavors to manage the connection between business and family had also manifested the decisions and behavioral changes in such people. I would like all of us to think about the fact as a child, your world rotates around your parents. Your father is your hero, and the sheer innocence and belief that your father can get you anything and save you from this spiteful world is unalloyed. So, should such a phase be prevalent in our lives for that yet short and blissful time which we call as childhood? In conclusion, I would like to say an anecdote. In her dreams, she counted a moment where troubles in front of her were blind. Or, in other words, she reached a moment when she was a child. Thank you.
Yes, go. So, ma'am, as we know that we all study before the test, we all study before the exams are about to come. So, don't you think that when we allow the children, you're allowed to go to the job, you're allowed to contribute to the family income, so that somewhere would create an environment of awareness. It would create awareness and a sense of responsibility in the child when they start contributing to the family.
Thank you for your question, ma'am. I would like to answer your question with a counter question. We have seen child actors. They have, if we look for the majority of them, if we see for their qualification, the majority of them don't pursue their studies after 10th. And I'm saying it with a factual relevance. So you're saying that if they go outside, if they do jobs, if they get the urge of responsibility in them, then why aren't they pursuing the studies further? Because no matter whatever talent which they inherit, they can show it in the future. But education is the main principal thing which governs a nation, and education should get a nation further. But they can't subdue. They are getting subdued to the pressure which is being inflicted upon them because of the utmost burden which they are facing from the industries. So, what about the education, ma'am?
Ma'am, they're not pursuing the education because they've already made a career for themselves.
No, ma'am. I would like again to give you a factual reference. There was an actor. She played in a role called Pakhi. Okay, so she was a child actor of a class 7-year-old. She was studying in her KG. She's completed her kindergarten. The show went on very well for 5 years. Okay, and she was there in a class 8 standard, and she was having a blast in her life. She was at the peak of her career, but owing to some references, the show got cancelled. She left her studies. She is not studying now. Neither does she have any shows. What she is doing in reels are her parents are promoting her. And after 5 years again, she is pursuing her studies. Who will give her that 5 years back, ma'am?
Ma'am, it's just one incident.
No, ma'am. I just cited an example.
Thank you so
I
much.
think that's enough. No argument, it's just a question and an answer, right?
Participants, please refrain from exceeding the time limit of 1 minute for the rebuttal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're moving on to our next slot, Aishi Sharma. So, good morning, everyone, esteemed judges, my participants, and the audience that's been here for such a long time. Thank you so much for your patience. My slot number is 8, and the debate for my topic is that the House would implement a robot tax, and I stand in favor of the notion. So, before starting the debate, I would like to ask all of you that what happens when your boss replaces your co-workers with sophisticated softwares, dexterous machines, one that perform the same task as you for less money and one-time capital investment? And what happens when companies start replacing workers with robots? How is the government going to compensate for a drop-off in payroll taxes when robots are used? This is where the idea of robot tax comes into being. Robot tax is a legislative strategy to disincentivize the replacement of workers by machines.
AI has permeated and transformed the job market. And as it advances further, AI is thought to replace millions of jobs at the end of this decade. The robot and the automation advancement will lead to large job losses. And this is what we call robot tax. That the firms pay a tax when they replace a human worker with robot. Why, you ask? Let me tell you. To bolster the social safety net for those who are displaced. Firstly, it will disincentivize firms from replacing workers with robots, thereby maintaining human employment. And even if replacements were made anyway, a robot tax would be created and the revenues for the government that would cover the loss of revenue from the payroll taxes. Lastly, humans are capable of empathy. They have emotions, relationships, responsibilities, and obligations. Imagine the amount of trauma and distress a person would go through when they realize that they've lost their job to a robot. We put so much of ourselves into whatever we do. The humane touch, the silly mistakes, the creative imaginations that we have. How would a reprogrammable multi-purpose box of steel do that? And this is where my last reason for implementing robot tax comes into being. The robot tax suggests that the revenue then generated by the government could then be used for worker retraining programs and other forms of support for displaced workers. And with this, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we have questions. Yes.
I would just like to repeat a short phrase from your speech. You said a reprogrammable ten-ohm box. So a reprogrammable ten-ohm box would not give us that humane touch, but that same ten-ohm box would prevent countless of infections, countless of disease from propagating from a certain industrial area. So how would you counter on that?
See, ma'am, my point was that definitely wherever it's required, robots are still being used. What do you think? Washing machine is still a robot, right? Robots are used in our daily life any which ways. But wherever, because the technology is advancing, AI is advancing, and there are robots replacing writers. There are robots replacing people who are in the creative fields. I go on ChatGPT and I type write me a script and it will come. So in those places, the humane touch, the mistakes, like even if some writers did mistakes and that has created histories, right? The mistake creates that humane touch, and that is what will be lacking when these robots will be replacing humans in fields in which it's not required, basically. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We now have our next participant, Aryan Prakash.
Good afternoon to each and everyone present here. My topic for today is robot tax, and I am standing against the motion. My first question would be, what happens if tomorrow your mobile screen falls off due to some human mistake? Because humans are prone to make mistakes. Robot tax is a thing that it's a legislative strategy to discourage replacement of workers by machines, as he said. But I want to ask a question. Would the economists agree on this? Because due to the implementation of the robots, we are getting huge profits in automobile industries as well as in pharmaceutical industries, because pharmaceutical industry use a lot of robot to manufacture the tablets, the vaccines, and various other things. Recent research show that firms that adopt robot experience more employment growth than those that do not. And these firms appear to be more productive and potentially benefiting. I would like to share some thoughts here that 2 years ago we were in a COVID period, And during that time, life sciences and pharmaceutical department was the one that took most advantage of the autonomous and robot technology. As when we all were locked in our homes, it was the robots that made the vaccine production faster, and we got out of our homes faster. So now, if we implement a robot tax, it would lead to the slower adoption of robots and lesser economic growth. The thing is, defining a robot turns out to be non-trivial. Depending upon the definition, robot tax may impact some industries more than the others, regardless of the impact on human labor. So I think instead of robot taxes, policymakers or politicians who want to help the workers should be addressing factors like difference in taxes on capital and labor and easing the labor market friction. Doing so would benefit workers and firms and the economy more than it would implementing a tax on robots. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So you said that implementing the robot tax would adversely affect the economy. Would you want an economy where only the elite class makes profit because they have the resources to buy those robots and implement it in their company, but the lakhs of the normal people, the middle class or the lower middle class people are unemployed because of those robots? So would you want that for a country where lakhs of people are unemployed but only the elite class is making profit because they are able to afford those robots?
The thing is, high class people can afford that robots, but we also need people who can service or take care of those robots frequently. So it provides employment. It provides employment in a different way where you have to be educated to a certain level so that you can perform certain activities on that.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you
you.
to all of the participants.
This was slot 4 to 8. Now I'll be calling the next 4 slots. Riya Srivastav, Anshruti Priya, Sagnit Roy and Vivarya Giri, Mohan Kumar and Mehak Agarwal, Krishna Sharma and Srihari Amrita Dalal.
Sure.
So we'll make this very crisp. 3 minutes. The bottle is only one. एक ही राउंड बचा है. Only one round left. Only this round left. No, only 2 people are race back then. So only one more round. उनका हमको भी नहीं उठाना है.
बाकी 2 मिनट
So one round and we'll be done. So only one round. 20 minutes and we'll be very crisp.
Okay, done. ये वो ग्रुप है 12 लोग हो रहे हैं अच्छा तो मिनिमम बना कविता बना कविता मैडम Yeah, I think we can start. No, the other guys can come and join, right?
We'll start with stop number 9, Riya Srivastava.
Because of your paucity of time, only one rebuttal is allowed. One question, one answer, no cross questioning, and we'll be very quick.
Good afternoon, respected judges and my fellow debaters. So my slot number is 1 and I will be speaking for the motion that schools should teach their students to be global citizens instead of nationalism. So I would...
One correction, I think slot 9, right?
1.
Nine. In sequence, you are 9 actually.
Sorry for that. So I would like to start with a very famous Sanskrit verse, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It's a very famous verse from our Vedas, Maha Upanishads, which means like Vasudhaiva means the earth and Kutumbakam means family, which says that this entire earth is one big family. So this concept of global citizen is not new to us. It has been taught to us from ancient times. So if we promote, why should we promote global citizenship in our schools? So I would say that if we promote global citizenship, this would help us to handle many geopolitical problems that we are facing today as a country. Like I would like to address the problem of terrorist attacks, which more or less every country is facing today. So if a terrorist attack happens on one country, the other country, what does they do? Like the leaders, they would tweet something that we condemn this, but at the ground level, they don't help actually. So, but if we preach and we teach our students the quality of global citizenship, there would be they would come together to help. Secondly, I would like to talk about the topic of problem of climate change, which can be better addressed and better solved if we consider this globe as one country or as a one big family. As the developing and the underdeveloped countries feel that it's the problem given to the world by the developed country and not by them. Thirdly, I would like to talk about the problem of immigrant, which almost all the developing countries are facing. We think that only we have the right to be on this land and become because we are born on this land. But in this thought, we become very harmful and very, very heinous to the immigrants, and we are ready to take their humanitarian rights also. But if we consider like the entire globe as one country, then I don't think this would be a problem. Fourthly, I would like to talk about the GDP because economics is important.
So if we preach globalism, GDP would obviously increase, and if we promote nationalism, it would for sure decrease. Talking about the culture, taking pride in our culture is good, but we often become arrogant about it and try to scale that our country is better, like it has a richer culture. So if we teach globalization or like global citizenship, we would try to learn from other cultures as well, and this would prevent other cultures, like the cultures of the minority, from being lost. Lastly, I would like to conclude that we can be global citizens and still be patriotic to our country. Promoting globalism would not make us less political. And one big, and in my view, the biggest gain in promoting global citizenship would be that there would be less wars, because the entire ideology behind wars is that that every country wants to increase their power, wants to increase their boundaries. And if we have the quality of global citizenship, this wouldn't be the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the time for a button. Yes.
You talked about globalization. Who will regulate this? Who will be the power? Don't you think there will be refutes for the power?
They could be refused, but like global citizenship, the gain which we are getting from it is much more than the refutes, which it could be solved anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. Judges, please note that Ria exceeded the time limit by 41 seconds. Now we'll be moving on to against the motion. Shruti Priya.
Very good afternoon. A very good afternoon to each one present here. I'm slot number 9 and I'm here to speak against the notion that is, schools should teach their students global citizenship instead of instilling nationalism in them. First of all, when we speak about nationalism, what is the first picture that comes into your mind? India's map or maybe Indian flag? But it's more than that. Swami Vivekananda defined nationalism as a dharma which has the power for developing strong will, national service, and self-service. Nationalism is an emotional attachment to one's country and its interests. It is a feeling which unifies the people of a nation across different religion, culture, and gender. It is fundamental to a nation's progress and unity. A nation is safe and progressing until and unless nationalism fosters amongst its citizens. On moving on, there are two examples of nationalism. First, who knew Neeraj Chopra before he won the gold in the Olympics Tokyo 2020? So why is that a person who was not recognized properly earlier, now on his way, the entire country felt happy. There was a sense of happiness among each one of its citizens. Second, when India was in the terror of Corona, that is COVID, in March 2021, 10,990 crore rupees were donated in the PM Fund. These two examples were unified by a thought, a common feeling of nationalism. So why is it important of teaching nationalism to students in schools? First, education is our passport to our future, for tomorrow belongs to those people who prepare for today. It is rightly said that education is the foundation of development from initial stage till the age of maturity. So nationalism is an ongoing process and it contributes to the education sector of the future. Keeping the young generation connected to its root of culture and socialization, it is important to introduce the students with a cultural history of nationalism at the initial stage of their education, because it is at the primary stage of education that student is likely to learn and attain the knowledge of different fields and is not concise in its limited zone. There are few ideologies that support the nationalism, which are Bhagat Singh and Mangal Pandey. We all know who they are. They use violence to instill nationalism and thus they fought for independence of India. Next, we have Gandhiji and Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who used social change as a factor for instilling nationalism. So we find that nationalism has no defined definition. It is a feeling of emotion which exists in which has different definitions. And we know that changes begin from home. And India is our home. Until and unless we change our home, we cannot change the world. So, according to me, we should instill nationalism qualities within us, then think of becoming a global citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes, Kiran.
Ma'am, you mentioned that nationalism, according to you, is a better opportunity for us than being global citizens. Albert Einstein considered himself as a global citizen. That was one of the reasons why he was very much against the atomic bombings. Right. So, don't you think that if we consider ourselves as global citizens, then such wars can be prohibited from happening?
See, for preventing wars from happening, that is another case. First, we have to look for our home. Like we say, like पहले अपना घर फिर बाद में दूसरों का. Like India is our first home, so first we should look for betterment of our country. And for the negatives of globalization, we have the biggest example is brain drain. Like we have seen the CEO of Google, who is Sundar Pichai, is an Indian. So he's working for a foreign company and not for Indian company. So for like globalization, it's like hampering our country itself. So first we should look for betterment of our country, then we can think of like preventing wars. And globalization, like it doesn't affect in preventing wars or something. It's the other aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to the report. Sabik Roy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is the House believes that prisons should focus more on rehabilitation instead of punishment. Before I begin my speech, I would like to present a number 121. 121 youths were admitted to new terror groups in Kashmir last year, 2022. Now, I have a question for the audience. Do you think that if we punish these guys, will they come back to the normal track of life? I don't think so. They have been brainwashed badly. Either they will commit suicide or they will come back and create more ruckus, and which will be harmful for the society. So, if punishment cannot stop this, what can stop it? Rehabilitation, in my opinion, is the best option. Rehabilitation tries to understand the cause for which a man has taken the path of crime, whereas the punishment addresses the surface level behavior only and not the underlying cause. Now, let us see some advantage of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation can help individuals to improve their behaviors and decision-making ability. It can also improve mental health by diagnosing the cause of it. For example, if we take a case of serial killer, he may be mentally ill to an extent that he may not understand the significance of the crime he does to the society. So how will punishing help in this case? He is not understanding what he is doing. He is doing it out of his obsession only. So if we do rehabilitation over here, he may come back to the society. Now, rehabilitation will also help to develop skill, and it will help the criminal to come back to the society and gain employment. This will also help the society. How? Some of the criminals have very good brains. If these brains are used for the betterment of the society, for a good cause, then it will lead to betterment of the society. Now, rehabilitation intensifies bonding of the criminals with their loved ones. Many families are destroyed when their loved ones goes to wrong path. To bring back smile to those mothers, daughters, and wives whose loved ones has gone to wrong path, rehabilitation is the only source. Rehabilitation will improve public safety by risking of reoffending and prevent future crime. So, if we want to live in a society in which our mothers, sisters are safe, where we can celebrate festival without any fear, or a society in which a mother will not cry over a tricolor wrapped coffin. It's high time we take the path of rehabilitation instead of focusing on only punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for rebuttal. Yes, Mohan.
Why you are thinking only from the side of the criminal? Why you're not thinking the side of the crime which the family of which the person has been, like a person has murdered a person. The murdered person is also having a wife, a mother, a daughter. Then what is the responsibility of that? Who will take the responsibility? Only that side of the family has a chance to enjoy the festivals.
I think you have not heard my topic rightly. The topic says how the House believes that prison should focus more on rehabilitation than punishment. Means the word prison is over there in the topic. Means we are not excluding punishment, but we are thinking of providing a rehabilitation which is not provided by our country in that extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please note.
One thing, doctor, just in the prisoner, it will not give the punishment, and during the course of the punishment, we can give the rehabilitations. I think so. This should be the better way. Without giving punishment, if you will rehabilitate them, the crime will not go from the society.
Sir, I was trying to focus on that point only, that in prisons, rehabilitation should be more focused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Judges, please note that Sakin Roy exceeded the time limit by 30 seconds. Now we'll be moving against the motion. Devagya Devi.
To punish the oppressors of humanity is clemency, to forgive them is cruelty. A very good afternoon, honorable judges, all the participants, and the audiences out there. The House opposes that prison should focus on rehabilitation and on punishment. First of all, let it make me very clear. What is a prison? A prison is a place for criminals, right? Criminals are supposed to be punished. There is not a second chance for a criminal, right? Just think of the family whom the criminals have either killed or murdered or have abused some persons. What is the attitude of the family towards the criminal? According to me, the criminals, there is only one thing that is need to be done in a prison, and that is punishment. Punishment mainly focuses on taking away the prisoner's freedom. It is a form of justice to the victims. Just think of that family who has been going to the courts and going to the judicial system for rounds and rounds just to seek for so that the person or the group gets punished. What is the attitude of that family towards that person? Isn't it the right to give them punishment or rehabilitation? Rehabilitation may have a longer course, but I think punishment is the best option. So, in other words, punishment is a criminal just deserts, it's a tit for tat. In this scenario, rehabilitation is seen as just an unjust leniency. By focusing on rehabilitation, the victims are denied justice, and more often than not, it will soon lead to the mistrust between the judicial system and eventually the government, in which the people have the entire trust on it. The purpose of the punishment is to make the criminal feel that they have something wrong, and it will serve as a warning to the like-minded people we have in the society. Do you want that the criminals to be in the society doing the same job that we have been doing, and they may attack us some point or the other behind our back? This is not right. By keeping this rehabilitation, the society is more prone to be attacked by the same individual who has been accused of that crime. It does not guarantee a complete correction for every criminal. In the US in the late 70s, there was a report in which the rehabilitation prison had miserably failed, and in which Sir Martin Neary, a former Director General of the prison, said that the things they did to rehabilitate miserably failed, and it did more harm than good. Punishing is seen as a retributive justice on a warning and as a deterrent to others who have not committed the crime. Punishment can make the prisoners feel that what they have done to the entire community, and it can be as a warning sign to all the but the animals that are there in the society to not to repeat the crime. Thank you.
Thank you. I have time for rebuttal. Yes, Ria.
Do you think that giving punishment would make the victim's family sorrows less anyhow?
I think so because see, if you harm somebody, you like to harm them back, right?
But
You will not sit-
this thought should not be propagated.
Yeah, I know that should not be propagated, but you will, if I harm you, will you sit down and just stay there, right?
Okay.
Thank you. Now we will be moving to the next. Yes. Yes.
Well, you said very rightly, well, the punishment is about, well, at the same time, rehabilitation is also important. Well, I do agree with you. In our judiciary system now, what we are saying, some of the cases you have, those who are having high power people, those who are having sources, and they are managing their cases. So how far it is justified, how you will, how we should do for the people, those are the sufferers. Can you tell me this? Can you tell me any of the point? In our judiciary system, what we are saying, some of the people, they are managing the cases. Even the heinous crime that some person has done, but they are coming out from the court.
So I think that that is a part of a judiciary system, but the topic was that what should be done in a prison? Is it rehabilitation more or a punishment? So after the judiciary system has that is the flaws that are present in the judiciary system, right, sir? But after that, if the judiciary system is right, will the person be rehabilitated and entered into the society?
Well, good. Well said. Now the question here is, and that means when the judiciary system, there is lacuna, some lacuna is there, that's the problem here. They say that's why some of the heinous crime people they have done, but they are getting out from the jail. Well, this much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mehak Agarwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is this house believes that building individual climate resilience is the only way to combat global warming, and I am presenting for the notion. We are in a climate crisis. As the world warms, people across the globe face dawning new challenges, and to withstand these new challenges and to thrive, we need climate resilience. Climate resilience is all about successfully coping up and managing the impact of climate changes while preventing these changes from getting worse. Encouraging individuals to adopt climate resilience behavior promotes a sense of responsibility and accountability for the environment. When large number of individuals make small changes, the ultimate effect can be contribute significance to reduce carbon emissions and carbon global warming. It also provides an opportunity to educate people about the impact of the actions they are doing, how much the fuel they are using, and fostering a deep understanding of the issue. By cultivating climate resilience habits, individuals can realize the waste production they are doing and the carbon footprinting. This can create a grassroots movement that pressures the government and the corporates to adopt a sustainable step. Paris Agreement Act, was signed in December 2015, which was most important act for international cooperation to tackle the climate changes. 196 countries participated in it. And we are very well aware of Narmada Bachao Andolan, where the native tribal people and the farmers, they all fought against the number of large dams built across the Narmada River. Chipko movement, where people, farmers, they all fought against the deforestation. Bishnoi movement, eco-conservation movement, where the Bishnoi ladies sacrificed their lives for conserving environment. So, if these people and country can do, then why can't we can do for our own climate? So, the ball is in your court. I rest my case but not my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for one. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your speech, but I have a question that situations have changed. After Corona, many of the families are unemployed. So they will use what is cheap. And cheap things are not good for environment. So how will you combat this situation?
Who said that cheap things are not good for environment? We are not talking about the plastics.
Yeah, that's cheap. That's cheap.
Paper, that's also cheap.
But
Yes, so now we move on to Mohan Kumar.
Good afternoon, teachers and my friends. My topic is individual climate resilience is the only way to combat global warming. I'm speaking against the topic. So I'll start by quoting somebody. In a world riddled with corruption, relying solely on individual efforts can be like trying to extinguish wildlife fire with a single drop of water. Starting my argument with first point is that how many of we know that we have a responsibility towards climate? The first point of individual climate resilience is lack of information. An individual is not having information about how he or she can conserve climate. Second point is that there is lack of resource and intent as well as of power. A person, a normal middle class person or any stature of person is very busy in their own life forms. Whatever they are doing, they are busy. Like we as students, we are busy in doing studies, reading, or watching movies and all. Who has a thought that there is a whole lot of environment that is depending on us? So if there is lack of intent, the climate cannot be saved. Second, of the resources. Like a case is provided, a woman who is in a remote part of our country, she's having woods for cooking her food. By burning that wood, that there is pollution. She's not having access to the machinery that could be less pollutable. So second, the lack of resources there. The third, the power. A person can, like Rabindranath Tagore said, "Ekla chalo re, ekla chalo re." Ekla chalo re, ekla chalo re. For how long will you go ekla? You can't go long for. You can't run a mile with it. Like if a person is, if I'm planting a tree, and a person at the same moment is destroying acres of forest land, the impact is negative. Or mercifully, if I say it is less impacted. So my third point will be about rebound effect. What if that we accept one point of our thinking, like what if we accept one climate resilient behavior but neglect others? There will be no effect. My fourth point will be about greenwashing. Even if we are accepting certain laws, if it is not sustainable, it is of no use. My fifth point is about human nature and behavior. As we all know that human behavior as an individual don't see a tangible results for their action due to complexity of climate change, they might disengage the practice once and for all. So I want to rest my speech by saying I cannot bring the change, but we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One question. Yes.
One thing you are saying that ekla cholo, there are so many examples in the world or in the India that ekla cholo has created movement and that in good direction.
So, but if you will see the extent that climate crisis is there, only one or two that ekla chalo re movement will not take place, will not bring a massive change in life.
Thank you so much. No more further questions. Next participant, Shreya.
Very good afternoon, everyone here. I'm going to speak for the House for the motion that the topic is should child artists and showbiz be discouraged? So I want to speak further. Let me brief about what this topic means. It says that children who are under 16, who are employed in the creative sectors of the environment entertainment industry, they are about you could range within from circuses, amusement parks, all these political and media industries. So children who belong to this sector are being considered. Now, since you know the range, now let me describe that. As you know, children are not little adults. We have a separate branch dedicated for them in medicine. Now, coming to the second fact, since they are not little adults, they have a delayed maturity. They grow with time, and their brain is not completely mature. As a result, we have a different restriction, and that is why the legal ages do now, the legal ages, my argument would be in the same flow that we keep limits at 18 years for voting, for drinking, and also for driving. So the reason is because children are not having a clear mindset, a maturity that would give them a sense of rationality. As a result, they do get exploited. Where in the entertainment industry, where party culture, where access to illicit substances, alcohol, and drugs, etc., art, there is also an exploitation going around with abuse. This causes confusion within children. Rationality is absent. As a result, they have performance pressures. Performance pressure in which children are forced to practice more, perform more, and this results in mental depression. And in general, you know that psychiatric problems have a root within childhood. If childhood has been smoother, they do develop into a better, clearer mind. And if you look at the glamour side, we glue our eyes to that. But just behind the glamour, there is a shadow within which we rest on a lot of unknown, undergoing abuses. And since I'm highlighting that, I should also mention one more point that accidents are very low. We do not consider that the children who are injured in circus amusement parks, what about their rehabilitation? What do we do for their whole life? Prepare for life. And then I should mention that childhood as such is an important criteria. It belongs to one stage in which children are allowed to grow. And if we restrict them, we give them an abnormal childhood that causes a delay. So I want to end with this and mention that these children who are performers should also be led a normal childhood. And that is why I'm against this motion.
Thank you so much. We have time for one question. Anyone?
I want to suggest that should be discouraged from entering showbiz entertainment industry.
So, somewhere in your speech, you mentioned that children, considering them below the age of 18 years, should not be allowed in the industry, right? So, for instance, if I am turning 18 tomorrow, will it be correct to say that day after tomorrow I will be mature enough to be a part of those industries?
See, that is one thing. Let me clarify again. I mentioned the age is 16. 16 is the age under which we consider these children to be the performers. Secondly, 18 years is a legal age. It is where you're lawfully allowed to practice, perform, as you see. But yes, 1-2 years is a difference, right? And that is where the age with which we are considering is under 16. So I think that gives you an idea that 1 or 2 days after 18 will also be
Thank you so much. Move on to our next participant.
Krishna Sharma.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am going for against the motion. Child artists or people on the showbiz below 18 years should be discouraged. Before starting this, a huge shout out to all the parents sitting here. Is your child the spotlight? Do you tell your child to perform in a family function? Or you apply your child to a cultural program? Do you think your child can be a future superstar? Yes, you could. You can trust your child. So what is allowing you to stop this child to start young? You know, if a seed is given equal environment, good soil, good fertilizer, it can grow into a huge tree which can be fruitful and can be fruitful to you also as well as to the child. So give your child a chance. Why to tell your child to go on a rat race? Just study, study, study. And what at end? You get a degree, but you're not satisfied. Your child is not satisfied with that sheet of paper.
He wants to pursue another thing. He wants to be in a stage where he's recognized, where people clap for him, where he stands or she stands, people come for Sir Ma'am autograph. Don't you think this starts with a young age? If you tell your child, yeah, you can pursue it, it'll be fruitful. For you, you'll be a good parent. For your child, it'll be the source of income. You know, 12.4% of people drop out from college in the mid-year. What after that? They're hurdled in life, they can't do anything, and they have to ponder around what should have they done. So, showbiz, yeah, what if they have started early at age? What if they have done something great and their future might not be safe? I'll talk about poverty, people, those who do rope climbing or those who dance. These are discouraged. But what about their parents? What about them? They are poor, they don't have food to eat. They live in slums. You can't say that I'll give you education, I'll give you a supplementary food, it'll do. No. They come to this race, they perform circus, they do hazardous event just to get food. They don't want to die, they want to live. I'll talk about a lot of young talents. You might be knowing Fruity from Sonpari, Shakalaka Boom Boom Sanju. They all are child artists and now they are recognized to this field. Don't you think it is right that they started at a young age so that they are now standing along this world competing with them with a boom bang of talent? At last, I would just end with a quote. It's always important to invest in young talent and the talent of your world. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have time for rebuttal. Yes, Priya.
You said that in showbiz gives children the chance to showcase their talent, right? So they can showcase their talent in schools also, like we are doing here, and in family functions also. They don't need the risk. They should not take the risk to go in the showbiz, as there is so much of the everyday news. We can see that there is so much of there is so much of what's the word? Yeah, like there's so much of negativity and so much of pressure on them.
In the start only, I told shout out to people performing here at this young age. And I would say showbiz is important for their career. They have cognitive development, mental development, work ethics, adaptability. So it's a whole lot of umbrella thing which comes to them and they can inculcate these things in the future life to grow and become mega stars.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Pratima Mehta.
Imagine a world where the will to power and independence has become so ubiquitous. Good morning, judges, professors, and the audience. I am slot number 17, and this house should strongly believe that government should establish a universal basic income. Let me introduce you to UBI. So UBI is a social welfare proposal in which all the beneficiaries regularly receive a guaranteed income in the form of unconditional transfer payments. According to me, it's basically a kind of utopian policy. All of us sitting here are well aware about the devastating financial burden that our country had during COVID-19 pandemic, and not any of us would forget that we are still a developing nation. Hence, UBI would rescue most of the problems it gets. Goals are very simple: to alleviate poverty, which is 14.96% according to 2019 to 2020 in India, and obviously replace other need-based social programs that potentially require greater bureaucratic involvement. We all have studied civics in our school days, which clearly states three basic needs of life: food, clothing, and shelter, which is actually the need of the hour for the marginalized and the most vulnerable groups. Now I'm stating some facts. 5,500 farmers committed suicide according to 2020 reports. And this makes me think, what are we doing as a nation? What are making them do so? Of course, it's not about the money, but somehow it's always about the money, ladies and gentlemen. What about the better healthcare practices, sanitation, nutrition that every election promises us? UBI is the ultimate solution. What about economic stimulus? So I think injecting money directly into the hands and stimulating consumer spending and thus This is how we can boost local businesses. Basically, are feeding little minds with entrepreneurship and risk engagement. Talking about women, why do you think most of them are engaged even in abusive marriages? Financial freedom is a great thing, I guess. Tamil Nadu came up with a similar thing, where the CM announced a UBI of rupees 1,000 to women beneficiaries. Now, I'm stating some of the things which I remember from pandemic and some international aspects. In UK, the government introduced a furlough scheme, which said the companies which were forced to close because of the COVID-19 restrictions could get the government to cover 80% of the pay for the employees instead of simply laying them off. What an incredible idea, right? Iran had a similar scheme and the results were very positive. In fact, there was no withdrawal of people from the labor market, which is our biggest threat right now. Talking about our nation, former Chief Economic Advisor Arvind Subramanian proposed it as a conceptually appealing idea in the Economic Survey for 2016 and 2017, wherein there is harmony in the home, there is obviously order in the nation. With this, I rest my case. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes, go on.
Where you will get that money? From where you will get that money to distribute to the people?
I totally get your question. See, basically we have a lot of social programs running in our country and the government is funding these social programs, right? There are nutritional schemes, there are maternal health schemes, there are schemes for children, right? There's a lot of schemes. So I'm just asking about the raising funds from that sources, keeping it for the UBI, giving immediate expenditure to the people of our country, and this is how we're gonna make them equal and we're gonna reduce the poverty in our country. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rupatu Vivedi.
My slot number is 17 and my topic is that the government should establish a universal basic income, and I strongly oppose the motion. Well, starting with what my opponent said about UBI, that it provides guaranteed income to all beneficiaries in unconditional payment methods. Unconditional? I'm sorry. In this world of reality, giving unconditionally is a myth, and I here to burst that myth. My friends, India is an emerging nation with large population but limited resources. It may be very costly to provide a basic income to each and every citizen, 1.42 billion we are talking about, and just to not even being sufficient enough to meet their basic needs, because the in economic surveys estimates that UIB of just rupees 7,620 per year to every Indian would cost about 4.9% of GDP, which is in total combined expenditure of food, fuel, and fertilizer. And even though if I believe about establishment of UBI, to finance that, the government will have to cut some expenditures. It has to even start increasing in borrowing the money or increasing taxes, which would be having such a negative impact in our society. And I think we are already paying enough on fuels, on taxes, and on tomatoes for that instance. So we as a developing nation are not economically ready to afford it. In a diverse political system like ours, it is difficult to build consciousness and support UBI across different stakeholders like politicians, like taxpayers. And not only this, India faces many challenges in delivering public services and transfer effectively and efficiently. Because there are issues in implementation, there are issues in targeting, delivery, monitoring, and accountability. Well, for instance, I'll believe about the establishment of UBI. If there would be the establishment of UBI, I'll be sitting in my home with the government money and enjoying, and I would literally never come to the college. And I think most of my colleagues would do the same. But, would it affect the productivity of the youth? Yes. Would it affect the literacy rates of the nation? Yes. Would it hamper the growth of the nation? Yes. Because it decreases the motivation to work, reduces productivity and efficiency. It also creates a culture of dependency, entitlement, and laziness. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my speech, I'll just ask a few questions. Is there an affordability? No. Is there a political feasibility? No. Implementation challenges? Yes. Inflationary pressures? Yes. And here I'll prove my point that government should no way establish UBIs. A deadly poison remains a deadly poison even when ingested in gradual manner. Here is my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have time for rebuttal. Okay. Any questions from the judges? Okay. Thank you. Now we will move on to our last slot. We have Pratyush Arundas.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. My slot number is 13, and I am here to speak on my given topic, the given motion of the House. That the House believes that censorship in movies should be abandoned as in OTT channels. Okay. Now, should I start again? Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, one and all. I am here to speak regarding in the form of the given motion, that is, the House believes that censorship in movies should be abandoned as in OTT channels. Going deep into the topic, let us first understand what does this word censorship mean. Censorship means that you are just putting an blockage, an obstruction in the way in the public communication that the creative ones, the artistic people want to deliver to the people, to the public. And moreover, coming deep to my topic is regarding the government, which is going. So, coming deep into the topic further, censorship, first of all, the point that supports me is that censorship should be applied to protect the children from the abusive language, from the violence and all those things, crimes that has been shown in the movies. Talking about the Mirzapur, we know we were able to address very familiar words in the Mirzapur. The words regarding your mother, the words regarding your sister, the words regarding your father. Many of the people learn those words. Many children learn those words. Children at the age of 10, 11 learn those words. Just expect tomorrow we all are going to be parents, and our children in front of us are going to use those words to the other people, and you all are going to smile give a very big smile regarding all those words. This is the thing, this is the way that we brought up our children. Is it good to listen? No. Exactly. There can be a different, when I was doing a research on this topic, there was a different school of thought that this should not be there because this teaches us what the sexual thoughts are, what are those things, what is pornography and all those things. I'm not opposing the movement. I'm not saying the thing that the people, the children should not be taught about the touch and all those things. In present scenario, talking about the touch, talking about the good touch, talking about the bad touch, especially to the girls, to the women, is a very important thing. But the way the movies show it is not at all acceptable. And I want to change the direction regarding this. When we talk about all these topics, we only focus on the crimes, we only focus on the vulgarity, we only focus on the sexual content and the pornography that is being shown in the movies and all those things in the OTTs. Do you know the movies also sprayed a false advertisement and all those things? Talking about South Indian movie when I was in class 5 or 6, I saw it and it totally blew my mind when I came to the MBBS course. There was a person carrying a heart. The heart came, totally got attached to the person. People over here, the judges sitting in front of us, did a degree of MBBS, did a degree of PG, did a degree of SS, and these people, we people over here are bogus talking about all these things. Now we need to focus that this country, this India, has a population of 1,427,663,663. This population chooses this government. The government is not going to do anything wrong to you. And with this, I support my movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have time for rebuttal. Yes.
You said something about that heart scene in Can't it be shown in any OTT platforms in the web series?
Exactly, that is what my topic is. My topic is that the House believes that censorship in movies should be banned, as in should be abandoned as in OTT channels. It is saying that in OTT channels it is visible. It is saying that to ban all those things in movies. So you just supported my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mansi Srivastava.
Life is a matter of choices, and every choice that you make makes you. It really does not matter whether whatever choice you have made is right or wrong, but what matters is what you do after you have achieved the result of your choice. Good afternoon, one and all present here. The topic under fire is that this house believes that censorship in movies should be abandoned as it is done in the OTT platforms, and I stand here vehemently opposing the motion. I would like to begin with explaining you the very operative word censorship, which is basically the suppression of speech, public communication, or information. And this may be done since a particular group of people thinks that the things that are being shown is inconvenient. Now we are living in a country of 1.42 billion people, as ma'am said. Don't you think that a group of 7 to 10 individuals who are present in the board would be representing the majoritarian view? In my opinion, no. People today are mature enough and can mentally select what to see and what not to see. If they are able to choose what government is there, if they are democratic enough, then the government is no one to consider what the people should be watching and what they should not be watching. In today's world, when we have access to the OTT platforms, when we have full internet, free internet connectivity everywhere, don't you think that it will be very hypocritical of us to censor the movies but not the OTT channels? Next, the censor board wants to avoid any controversy. However, there is only a limit to which you can stop things. People who are waiting for any political agendas, they will always try and find something offensive. Talking about the 80s, now even in the 80s, there was no censorship. However, there were movies projected where obscene scenes were there. There were slangs that were used. People who did not like those things simply did not go to watch them. That was their perspective. A movie is just like any other form of expression of thoughts and perspectives, of originality, history, compassion. When one, the freedom of expression under the Article 19 provides us that we can express our thoughts and views in front of the nation. As far as avoiding such controversies are concerned, the major way of combating this problem is regulation. There can be links where which people are providing so that they can provide their feedback. Apart from this, the Film Certification Appellate Tribunal that was set up in 1990 is a very good platform where people can put forward their grievances in relation to these movies and move forward. As far as the context of clean content is considered, I think this is super subjective, and that in today's world, if OTT platforms are there, either they should also be censored or the movie censorship should be removed. We live in India and we talk of India being the largest democracy. We are not North Korea or China, friends. We are Indians holding strong cultural values. We are Indians where we provide our future generations with idealistic thoughts and approvals. Hence, if people decide something which proves to be wrong for them in the later period of time, it only provides an opportunity for them to improve and as well as for their acquaintances. And with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for one question.
Okay, I'll take one. You suggested that you can take feedback from the people, right, and make changes. Isn't that censorship itself?
So, in my opinion, if we are considering censorship, then that particular board will cancel what they think is not good for the people. But if the people are considered, that their opinion would become very subjective. If the censor board thinks that one particular scene is not good for the country, there might be other individuals who have a different perspective towards the same thing, and they might think that that particular thing can be positive in some other respect.
Thank you so much. Judges, please note the participant went 19 seconds overboard. Thank you so much, participants. That will be all. The results will be announced shortly.
हल करेंगे सफल भी कर
No ideas.
Now, I would like to request the judges to please come on the stage for the few words and announcement of the results.
Well, now we have good afternoon, everybody, all the student and our faculty staff, those who are here. And well, what we have is a very interesting, in my opinion, I will say all the participants all are winner, in my opinion. Well, it is a part of our real we have to give anyone or any two, three of the participants they will be the winner. But in my opinion, what I have said, they are far excellent what I have seen there. They are having very good idea and very good how to present the topic, whether in a for or in against. What I have then said is really is highly appreciable from my side. Well, now we have got the result of the English debate. Well, number one, that is first is Pratima and Rupal. Well, now second position is has some Kusagra and Kriti. Kusagra and Kriti. Third we have Ananya and Saddam. Now, for Hindi debate, Yashasvi and Sorai K.
We'd like the judges to stay back. Yeah, please stay back. And I would like to call Dr. Sangeeta Tripathi ma'am to please felicitate the judges. We have Dr. Hirala Nuru, the Engineering Department of Medicine. We have Dr. Maheshwar Prasad, Head Outreach Program and Administrative Officer, AHS MDMC. And we have Dr. Satish, HOD, Department of Anatomy.
Thank you so much, sir. For being here. We will be starting with the straight play in around 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
প্রতিভা তাড়াতাড়ি আসবি
हेलो हाँ हाँ खा लिए था पानी नहीं था हाँ बात मैं आज हम नहीं गाँव हाँ हमसे भी हम आज जा हम डायरेक्ट आ गए थे यहीं पे आगे तो आपसे यहीं नहीं आए नहीं फंक्शन चल रहा था हाँ हाँ नीचे
Bachchan the street play contest.
Street play is a form of theatre that is usually organized in front of a passing audience in a public setting, and it keeps its primary focus on an issue which is relevant to the ongoing social circumstances. It attempts to convey a message and it makes its audience expand their horizons of awareness and forces them to enjoy it.
For today's event, our judges are Dr. Jarina Begum, HOD Department of Community Medicine. Ma'am, please take your seat. Dr. Ehsan Samu, Assistant Professor, Department of Anesthesia. Sir, please take your seat. Dr. Nani Gopal, HOD, Department of Pathology. Dr. Farah, Assistant Professor, Department of Pathology. And Dr. Neelam Mehta, Tutor, Department of Biochemistry. Ma'am, please take your seat. Pardon me, Dr. Ehsan Samu, Professor, Department. Apologies.
The rules for today's competition are as follows. A team of minimum 8 and maximum 12 members is allowed, including the narrator. A maximum of 5 minutes will be allotted to each team, which includes the time required for setup, narration, etc. The plays can be performed in English, Hindi, or both.
Props, vulgarity or obscenity in concept, costume, talk, expression, action are strictly prohibited. Music instruments and dupattas are allowed. Anyone from the panel of judges reserves the right to stop the performance on the spot if found to be vulgar.
The teams will be judged on their script, coordination, physical presence, direction and acting, and understanding and delivery.
With that said, let's proceed to the plays lined up for today. Coming up first is the Drama Company, and their topic is loopholes in the Indian healthcare setup. I request you all to please come on stage.
बंद करने बोलिए बंद करने
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार। आज हम सब आप सभी के समक्ष एक नाट्य प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं जिसका शीर्षक है स्वास्थ्य सेवा में खामी। ये है मीना जो एक मिडिल फैमिली से बिलोंग करती है।
भाग्यवान, ये देखो बिल आया हॉस्पिटल का।
हे माँ, माता जी, इतना ज्यादा हम इसे कैसे पूरा करेंगे? लगता है मुझे डॉक्टर साहब से बात करनी ही पड़ेगी। डॉक्टर साहब, मुझे तो लगा था अफोर्डेबल केयर एक्ट हमारी मदद करेगा, हमारे खर्चों को कम करेगा, लेकिन ये तो इतना महंगा है। मीना, हमारा हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स है। इसमें बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम हैं। हाई ड्रग प्राइसेस, लैक ऑफ बिल ट्रांसपेरेंसी। हमें साथ मिलकर एक चेंज लाने की जरूरत है, तभी हम अफोर्डेबल केयर एक्ट सबके लिए ला पाएंगे। अरे आपको क्या है? आकाश क्या हो? डॉक्टर क्या हो गया? अरे क्यों इतनी लेट हो रही है? नर्स प्लीज आइए। हमारी कोई गलती नहीं, हमारे पास मरीज जाना है और देखने वाली बात। तो देखा आप लोगों ने, आजकल के अस्पतालों में ऐसे ही होता है। हाँ ऐसा ही होता है। आइए अब हम देखते हैं लीजा और उसके दोस्त के बीच की बात। अरे लीजा, तुम्हारी दादी के घुटनों में दर्द थी ना? तुम तो सर्जरी कराने जाने वाली थी, क्या हुआ? क्यों नहीं गई? अरे यार, मैं क्या बताऊं, मैं क्यों नहीं जा रही हूँ? मैं उनकी हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन और ट्रीटमेंट अफोर्ड ही नहीं कर सकती। अब ये सब मीटिंग में क्यों नहीं जा रही है, ये तो डॉक्टर वेदिका ही बता सकती है।
डॉक्टर वेदिका, आपका अस्पताल इतना बड़ा है लेकिन मरीज क्यों नहीं है?
हमारे सामाजिक और आर्थिक भेदभाव के कारण आज भी हेल्थ केयर इनइक्वालिटी चल रहा है। इस वजह से लीजा जैसे लोग हेल्थ केयर इम्पोर्टेंट हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइड नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। हम सबको इक्वल हेल्थ केयर पाने की जरूरत है। आइए अब सुनते हैं इस विषय में मेयर जी का क्या कहना है। मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, अब हम हमारे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में और खामियां बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। अब समय आ गया है कि हम एकजुट होकर कुछ ऐसी पॉलिसीज लाएं, कुछ ऐसे रिफॉर्म्स लाएं कि हमारी स्वास्थ्य नीति है उसमें सुधार हो सके, तभी तो हमारा भविष्य उज्जवल होगा। तो आइए बोलिए मेरे साथ, प्रीमियम कम सुविधाएं ज्यादा, स्वस्थ जीवन का है हमारा वादा। प्रीमियम कम सुविधाएं ज्यादा, स्वस्थ जीवन का हमारा वादा।
Participants kindly note that Ananya monitoring the time will raise her hand once 4 minutes are complete. Our next slot for today is Inner Light and their topic is Shrinking Families.
Participants, please be loud as you're not using any mics, so make sure that everyone can hear you.
अरे क्या गा रहे हो यार, थोड़ा ढंग से गाओ, थोड़ी एनर्जी लाओ, थोड़ा बेस बढ़ाओ।
तो सुनो 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 सुन लो, और वचन बने आई नुक्कड़ बाजी सुन लो। देखो 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 पहला पहलू देखो, चुन्नू मुन्नू दे दो भाई तेरी देर की हुई लड़ाई। चुन्नू बोला मैं लूंगा, मुन्नू बोला मैं लूंगा।
अच्छा फिर झगड़े के बाद क्या हुआ?
क्या हुआ क्या हुआ?
झगड़ा सुन मम्मी चाची आई, दोनों ने एक चपट लगाई।
कुछ देर तुम लोग चुन्नू बेटा, कुछ देर तुम लोग मुन्नू बेटा। ऐसा झगड़ा कभी न करना, मिलके दोनों प्यार से रहना।
शाम खत्म, भाई रात की आई।
दादी ने किनारे के पुकार लगा, बच्चों
दादी माँ
हमें सुनाओ कोई कहानी, नई नई ताजी ताजी या फिर पुरानी। परिवार परिवार का साथ होना हमारा भाग्य है, साथ मिलकर खाना खाना हमारा सौभाग्य है। परिवार हमारे सपनों का नींव है, परिवार के बिना हम निर्जीव हैं। छोटी मोटी खिटपिट तो चलती ही रहेगी,
बजेगी बर्तन है हजार,
फिर भी
दादी चाची से मिलता है बिना शर्त के प्यार।
जो इसे न्यूक्लियर में बदलते हैं। देखो 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 दूसरा पहलू देखो। मेरा टिफिन लाना जरा, मुझे लेट हो रहा है। आ रही हूँ, सब्र रखो, अकेली हूँ। मम्मा 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 होमवर्क करवा दो। चल चल, मुझे बहुत काम है। पापा भले ही घर से दूर रहकर मुन्नू कर देगा हर सफलता स्वीकार। आएगा अकेलापन, लगेगी हर सफलता मेरा भार। घर पर बड़े बूढ़ों का मिलता भले ही फटकार, कमियों के साथ हमारी वो कड़ी है हमें स्वीकार। कि हम बड़ा घर बनाएंगे, हर चमकदार और छोटी वाला नलका लगवाएंगे। ना पेड़ की लड़ाई होती है, गर्मी में धूप से अच्छा नहीं दिखता। दादी भी अब सताई नहीं जाती, ना ही अब रिमोटों की लड़ाई होती। और बार-बार शाम घर में बात नहीं। लहू का रिश्ता अब छोड़ आए हैं, स्कूल आंखों के सामने था, मुंह मोड़ आए। खजाने लुट रहे थे बाप की छांव में, हम पौड़ियों के लिए अपना घर और परिवार छोड़ आए। धन्यवाद।
Coming up next, we have Team Rangmanch, and their topic is third gender in India.
हाय हाय, तुम्हारे घर लड़ना हुआ है, बधाई हो। लाओ इसे हमें दो, आशीर्वाद देंगे हम।
मैं अपना बच्चा नहीं दे सकती आपको, मैं पहचानती नहीं आपको।
हमारा आशीर्वाद तुम्हारे बच्चे को समझे और खुशहाल बनाएगा। श्री राम का वरदान क्या है? हाय, कितना प्यारा बच्चा है, हम इसे दीर्घायु होने का आशीर्वाद देते हैं।
हाय राम, ये तो हमारी बिरादरी का है, इसे तो हम लेके ही जाएंगे।
नहीं, मैं अपना बच्चा नहीं ले जाने दे सकती आपको। मैं इसे खुद पढ़ाऊंगी और खुद बड़ा करूंगी।
समझो, ये संसार इसे जीने नहीं देगा। हमारे साथ भी यही हुआ है।
ये लीजिए अपने पैसे और जाइए यहाँ से। नमस्ते।
हटकर हूँ थोड़ी दिखने में, पर मैं भी आपके समान हूँ।
समान हूँ।
तन से नहीं सुंदर मैं, पर मैं भी इंसान हूँ।
इंसान हूँ।
मॉर्निंग सर। हाँ बैठो। आज हम लोग जेंडर्स के बारे में पढ़ेंगे। तो कितने जेंडर्स होते हैं? एक होती है तो एक का गला भारी होता है, एक दाढ़ी होती है, बाल लंबे होते हैं, और मेंस्ट्रुएशन। तो बच्चों तुम बताओ तुम्हारा क्या जेंडर है? सर। और तुम्हारा? और तुम्हारा
सर, मुझे कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा।
इतने देर से पढ़ा रहा हूँ, कैसे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है? ध्यान ना रहता है तुम्हारा।
तुम्हें इतना भी नहीं पता तुम क्या हो?
मेल और फीमेल के अलावा भी कुछ होता है क्या?
देखो क्या?
सिमट रही है मेरी पहचान गली मोहल्लों के चक्कर में। हक पड़े हैं इबादत के लिए हाथ, छोटी तालियों के चक्कर में।
ना नर हो ना नारी, इस ब्रह्मांड की अनूठी संरचना हो।
जज्बातों से लिपटे हैं प्राण मेरे, ईश्वर की इच्छा से पनपी रचना हूँ। झुकी रहती है निगाहें समाज के ही नजरिए से, चूर हो रहे आत्मसम्मान परिवेश के तुच्छ रवैये से।
क्या हुआ, इतनी परेशान क्यों हो?
मैं पढ़े लिखे भारत के पुनर्निर्माण का सहयोग देना चाहती हूँ, मगर मैं शायद एक ऐसे समाज से आई हूँ जिसे आज तक वो सम्मान मिला ही नहीं।
छीन लिया पढ़ाई का रास्ता, अनपढ़ता पे एक सवाल हूँ। नीचा दिखाया समाज ने, मैं आज भी चारदीवारी का मोहताज हूँ।
ये मनुष्य मत भूलो, महाभारत के युद्ध के बाद धर्म की अधर्म पर विजय के उपरांत गंगा पुत्र भीष्म की प्रतिज्ञा भी एक किन्नर शिखंडी ने ही तोड़ी थी।
कहता है ये किन्नर समाज, कहता है ये किन्नर समाज,
कहता है ये किन्नर समाज,
कहता है ये किन्नर समाज,
कहता है ये किन्नर समाज, कहता है ये किन्नर समाज,
कहता है ये किन्नर समाज।
क्या मुझ में जान नहीं है?
क्या हमारा सम्मान नहीं है?
क्या हमारा भगवान नहीं है?
क्या हम एक इंसान नहीं है?
याद है लक्ष्मी, 10 साल पहले मैंने तुम्हें क्या कहा था?
तुम पढ़ लिख के क्या करोगी? तुम्हें देख के तो सबका दिन ही खराब होता है।
क्या अस्तित्व है तुम्हारे पहचान की लक्ष्मी? क्यों मैं आगे पढ़ नहीं सकती? क्यों मैं आगे बढ़ नहीं सकती? क्यों लोग हमसे दूर भागते? क्यों हर घड़ी हम सबसे अस्तित्व की पहचान मांगते? अरे एक बार हमें अपना के तो देखो, दोस्ती का हाथ आगे बढ़ा के तो देखो, प्रेम से गले लगा के तो देखो।
ना वो मेरे बचपन की खुशियां लौटा पाएगा और ना वो मेरे अतीत को सम्मान दिला पाएगा।
देना ही है तो इस समाज को एक ऐसी मिसाल दो तो भारतवर्ष के लिए एक मिसाल बन पाएगा।
अभी खुद को इसकी जगह पर रखकर नहीं देखा, ये समाज इनके प्रति इतनी क्रूर क्यों है?
अब नहीं करेंगे किसी का उसके जेंडर से पहचान, करेंगे हर व्यक्ति का सम्मान।
तो प्रण है आज आप, मैं और हमारा इंद्र समाज, सब लोग हो साथ, संस्कृति की ओर बटाए हाथ।
समाज में सम्मान नहीं है मेरी, लोग देख हंसा करते हैं, पर उन्हीं लोगों के पैसों से हम अपना पेट भरा करते हैं। कभी सड़कों पे कभी ट्रेनों में तालियां बजाते हुए पाए जाते हैं हम, इसलिए नहीं कि वो मेरा घर है, किंतु इसलिए कि मेरा कोई घर नहीं। जब आने वाली हो किसी के घर में खुशियां, पता चल जाता है हमें पहले ही, बिन बुलाए ही पहुंच आते हैं हम, उनको अपना आशीष दे।
Our next slot for today is Colony of Weirdos, and the topic is stigma associated with sexually transmitted diseases.
मेहरबान कदरदान साहिबान, बच्चे बूढ़े और जवान, अरे क्यों है आप सब परेशान? ये हम एटीएस के बच्चे प्रस्तुत करने आए हैं एक नाटक। जय हो तो आओ मेरी जान, आए हम हो नाटक जिसमें दम हो, ये देखे हम हो नहीं किसी से कम हो।
हम एटीएस के बच्चे प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं आप सबके सामने एक नाटक कि किस तरीके से यौन रोग से जुड़ी रूढ़िवादी धारणाएं समाज को ध्वस्त कर रही हैं। कलंक लगाने वाले इंसान यहाँ ये कलयुग की गहराई है, आगे दे दे कर ये जान लेंगे ये सच्चाई है।
सच्चाई की राह दिखाने ये परवाने आए हैं,
सबको इंसानियत का पाठ पढ़ाने ये परवाने आए हैं।
अरे अरे अरे, ये हमारे परफॉर्मेंस का पार्ट नहीं है। कौन है?
कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
अरे दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, परफॉर्मेंस दे रहे, परफॉर्मेंस।
लेकिन पर किसके लिए कर रहे हो?
अरे इतने लोग जो आए, ऑडियंस जो आई है, हमारे लिए तो आई है।
इनके लिए कर रहे हो? अरे इनके लिए कर रहे हो? कुछ नहीं होगा।
कौन है ये पागल?
मैं पागल नहीं हूँ, मैं पागल नहीं हूँ। मैं ह्यूमैनिटी हूँ, वही जो gives you the privilege to call yourself human, वही जो आप सबके अंदर है। अरे है ना? एक कहानी सुनोगे? सुनोगे कहानी? ये कोई ऐसी कहानी नहीं है। ये कहानी है सब जो मुझे पागल समझते हैं। ये कहानी उनकी है जो सबको पता है, बस बोलता कोई नहीं है।
अरे भाई कहना क्या चाहते हो?
चलो दिखाई दो।
और भाई कहाँ जा रहे हैं? ऑफिस जा रहे हैं भाई, बॉस ने बुलाया है। अच्छा आके मिला है।
You are fired.
But you, मैंने क्या किया है?
You've been expected to get
क्यों? मैंने क्या किया है?
जी, भाई, मेरी दोस्त को वो वाली बीमारी है, वो वाली।
दूर हो जा। और मैंने क्या किया है? ऐसे उन लोग मुझसे दूर कर रहे हैं।
देखा इस रूढ़िवादी समाज की सोच।
अरे बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी
बातें होती रहती है। अच्छा, एक और कहानी दिखाती हूँ। ये जो मुझे रहता, इससे अधिक बात ये क्यों ये लोग समझ लेते हैं एसटीडी मजबूरी जीने के हैं 4 दिन अभी जब 4 दिन नहीं मत लेकिन चल ये है क्या इंजेक्शन है नहीं मैं ये सब नहीं करूंगी नहीं अरे कुछ नहीं होगा हाँ मेरा सर फूल रहा है ये मुझे क्या हो गया ये कैसे हो गया ये नहीं होना था ये सोसाइटी मुझे एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी बट एटलीस्ट मेरे पेरेंट्स तो कर देंगे ना मम्मी पापा मम्मी मेरी कोई गलती नहीं थी ये हुआ कैसे मुझे नहीं पता मेरी फ्रेंड का मजाक
ये हुआ कैसे क्या कहीं मुंह काला करवा कर आई है
ऐसा नहीं है
दूर हट जा मेरी नजरों से
ऐसे नहीं है मेरी कोई गलती नहीं थी मैं पूरी
ये तू हटो इसे छुआछूत वाली बीमारी है
नहीं है मुझे ऐसी बीमारी दूर हट तू मेरा से नहीं है कहीं हटते मेरी मदद करो मेरा कोई गलती नहीं थी मेरी कोई गलती नहीं थी उसने कितना पहचान लिया और सोसाइटी ने क्या कहा कहाँ गई आपकी इंसानियत एक कैसा देश है हमारा एक दूसरा देश है हमारा वो आदमी वहाँ मर रहा है कोई अपनी जिंदगी से लड़ रहा है अरे रो रही है वो
अरे चुप तू हमें इंसानियत का पाठ पढ़ाएगा आजा तुझे हैवानियत दिखाता हूँ
क्या लगता है आपको किसी की मदद करने में अपनों को अपनाने में लोगों के चेहरों पर मुस्कुराहट लाने में
हम इस इंसानियत को तो बचा नहीं पाए पर आप अपने अंदर की इंसानियत को बचा सकते हैं
We have Team B2 and the topic is children with mental disorders. Team Utopia.
आगे की बात होती है वहां बैठे तो इधर बैठे तो
ये मेरी दोस्त रिया है पर ये किसी को दिखती ही नहीं सबको लगता है कि मैं झूठ बोलती हूँ क्या आपको भी ऐसा लगता है कि मैं झूठ बोलती हूँ जल्दी आओ तुम्हारा खाना तैयार हो गया है नहीं मुझे नहीं खाना जब तक रिया नहीं खाएगी तब तक मैं नहीं खाऊंगी ये क्या बात हुई तुम्हें खाना नहीं खाना और कौन है ये रिया रिया मेरी दोस्त तुम पागल हो गई हो यहाँ कोई नहीं है रिया है वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ रिया है रिया बताना मम्मी को तुम पागल हो गई हो चलो मेरे साथ अब माता ही तुम्हारा उद्धार कर सकती है अभी रिया है मम्मी पापा मेरी बेटी को देखिए तुम्हें क्या हो गया इसका उद्धार कीजिए बस बच्चा बस माता को सब पता है मैं करूंगी इसका उद्धार चुप हो जा पागल लड़की इसके अंदर एक बुरी आत्मा का वास है और मैं इसे ठीक करूंगी इधर आओ नहीं रिया बचाओ मुझे रिया नहीं ओम ह्रीं स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं स्वाहा रिया
काउंसलर से भी तो दिखा सकते हैं ना। स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया एक ऐसी बीमारी है जिसमें लोगों को दिखाई देती है चीजें जो एक्चुअल में वहाँ होती नहीं है। उन्हें कुछ ऐसा आवाज सुनाई देता है जो एक्चुअल में वहाँ होती नहीं है।
नहीं, मेरी बेटी पागल नहीं है, पागल नहीं है, वो बस बीमार है।
मैं भी तो वही कह रहा हूँ, पागल नहीं है, बस बीमार है।
पागल नहीं है, बस बीमार है। And finally with this, she gets the therapy and the counselor she needed. But ऐसी कितनी चांदी होगी जिसको आज तक प्रॉपर थेरेपी नहीं मिल सकी? हम क्यों ऐसे समाज में रहते हैं जहाँ 4 लोगों की बातें और मेंटल स्टिग्मा आज तक हमको इस तरह से पीड़ित करती है? तो आओ तुम और मैं मिलकर आज एक ऐसा समाज क्रिएट बनाते हैं जहाँ हम शान से कहेंगे कि हाँ, we have been to therapy, we have been to counselor. और क्यों children with mental illness, वो बच्चे जो आज तक मजबूर है, सफर कर रहे हैं, वो एक टैबू बन गए हैं? क्यों ये टॉपिक डिस्कशन का नहीं है? क्यों हम इस पे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं? And I hope through this हम ये बात कर सके कि ये हमें इस पे बात करनी है, हमें स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया पे बात करनी है।
I would like to remind you of this stay silent our next slot for today is Teen Gully Gang. Teen Gully Gang, and their topic is child marriage.
बड़े होके मैं अपने सपनों की राजकुमार से शादी करूंगी, पर बेटा इसके लिए बड़े होने की क्या जरूरत सारी शरारत सब जानू मैं, मर से ले हो ना पंगा जी मैं कह रही।
सावधान! दर्शक दीर्घा में बैठे लोगों, मैं और मेरी नाटक मंडली आज आप सभी के सामने एक नुक्कड़ नाटक प्रस्तुत करने जा रही है, जिसका शीर्षक है बाल विवाह। अरे मोदी साहब कैसे हैं?
अरे कृष्णा जी बहुत बढ़िया, आप बताइए आप कैसे हैं?
बस बस बढ़िया। अरे आपकी बिटिया कैसी है?
अरे बिटिया बहुत अच्छी है, पढ़ाई करती है, मक्खन आ रही है।
अरे बिटिया से मतलब बिटिया बड़ी हुई कि नहीं?
बड़ी बहुत बड़ी हो गई है अब तो।
अरे बड़ी से मतलब कब महीना आया कि नहीं?
महीना
अरे महीना आ गया और अभी तक आपने ब्याह का नहीं सोचा? समाज निकाला मिलेगा। मेरी मानिए, चलिए सोच क्या है?
अरे चौधरी, बिट्टू के बिना आपको बाहर क्या कर रही है? तुम निगरानी नहीं कर सकती उसकी।
बेटी सयानी हो गई है, कितना ने उसे बिट्टू के साथ भेजेंगे।
अरे बाबूजी हम तो कहते हैं दीदी का ब्याह करा दीजिए।
इतनी छोटी बच्ची का क्या ब्याह कराएंगे?
अरे अभी उम्र का है दीदी की, दहेज ना लगेगा और जायदाद का हिस्सा नहीं होगा।
वैसे बेटा बहुत तो सही रहा है।
आखिर बेटा किसका है? मैं अभी पंडित जी से बात करता हूँ।
ससुर जी, पति भी नहीं है, इस बच्चे का मैं
खबरदार! जब तक मेरा बेटा जिंदा था तब तक तुझसे रिश्ता था। ना तू मेरी ना मैं तुझे जानता। निकल जाओ।
बाबूजी, बाबूजी दरवाजा खोलो बाबूजी। क्यों आई हो तुम यहाँ? मेरे ससुराल ने मुझे निकाल दिया, अब आप भी मेरी देखभाल करेंगे।
बेटा जिस दिन हमने तुम्हारी शादी की थी ना, उसी दिन से तुम हमारे लिए पराई हो गई थी। अब तुम्हारा ससुराल ही तुम्हारे लिए सब कुछ है। जाओ।
बाली उम्र में कुछ समझने से पहले ब्याह दिया गया, हाथ की गुड़िया छीन के रिश्तों की जिम्मेदारी सौंप दी, और अब इस हालत में ना नौकरी, ना कोई सहारा और ना कोई रिश्ता। कहाँ जाऊँ मैं? क्या क्या मेरी मदद कर जैसा कि आप सभी लोग देख रहे हैं, हमारे देश में नन्ही सी लड़कियों के साथ कितनी ज्यादा मुश्किलें होती हैं। सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल होती है इनका शिक्षित ना होना। हमारा समाज लड़कियों को एक अभिशाप के रूप में देखता है। पढ़ाई और उम्र तो दूर की बात है, सबसे पहला सवाल होता है मासिक आया है या नहीं। हमारे समाज में बहुत सारे अंधविश्वास हैं। सबसे विचित्र अंधविश्वास है कि कुंवारी लड़कियां पवित्र होती हैं। उनसे ब्याह कर लोगे तो तुम्हें जितनी गंभीर बीमारी है जैसे एड्स, कैंसर, सब दूर हो जाएंगे। बाल विवाह शब्द तो दो है, पर जानते हैं सच्चाई क्या है?
दुनिया में हर 3 सेकंड में कहीं ना कहीं बाल विवाह हो रहा है।
एक तिहाई बाल विवाह भारत में होता है।
भारत में 23% शादियां बाल विवाह होता है।
और मैं आप सभी की जानकारी के लिए ये बता दूं कि देश में इसी राज्य में जहां पर हमारा कॉलेज स्थित है, सबसे ज्यादा बाल विवाह होते हैं।
तरस ना खाओ इन पे। मैं नहीं मानता अपनी बेटी को पराया धन।
फिर क्यों भेज के उसको दूसरे घर? हल्का हो जाता तुम्हारा बल।
बाल विवाह कराओगे तो जाओगे जेल।
3 महीने में निकल के कर दूंगा सिस्टम फेल।
हमारी बेटियों की हथेली
कैसे करेगी हमारी गुड़िया ये अतरंगी पहेली।
क्योंकि मैं तो
और ये था आपके सामने हमारे समाज का एक अतरंगी किस्सा।
Up next, we have Team Chalchitra, and their topic is increasing rates of cyber fraud.
आप सबकी खिदमत में पेश है टीम चलचित्र द्वारा प्रस्तुत साइबर फ्रॉड की बढ़ती दरों पर आधारित एक नाटक। यमराज पधार रहे हैं। आज लड़क में कौन से नए नमूने की पदार्पण हुई है?
महाराज आज लड़क में साइबर फ्रॉड करने वाला आया है।
ऐसा फ्रॉड नहीं, साइबर फ्रॉड, साइबर फ्रॉड।
साइबर फ्रॉड?
प्रभु ये कोई ऐसा वैसा प्राणी नहीं, इसकी बड़ी बड़ी आंखें हैं,
बड़ी बड़ी आंखें,
बड़े बड़े दांत हैं,
बड़े बड़े दांत।
नारायण नारायण।
अरे नहीं प्रभु, ये साइबर फ्रॉड बिल्कुल आम इंसान जैसे होते हैं, किसी भी लिंग और किसी भी उम्र के हो सकते हैं। अरे ये साइबर फ्रॉड वाले होते कैसे हैं? चलिए प्रभु, आपको दुनिया के सैर कराने लेके आता हूँ।
अजी सुनते हो? ये लो चाय लो। अरे ये लप्पू सा आदमी है।
हेलो। क्या मेरी बात श्यामलाल जी से हो रही है? दरअसल आप हमारे स्पेशल कस्टमर हैं, इसीलिए आपके लिए स्पेशल ऑफर है। इसके अंदर आपके पैसे 3 गुना हो जाएंगे।
3 गुना पैसे?
इसके लिए सर आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपका बैंक डिटेल देना है हमें।
अरे हम जान दे दे ऐसी नीति
वो
6 5 6 9 6
ओके श्यामू सरस छे
पैसे कट रहे हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है? हे भगवान, मैं तो लुट गया। बस गया बुढ़ा, ये तो लुट गया बुढ़ा। सरकार की एक न सुने ओटीपी ले गया बुढ़ा।
अरे कौन आया है? अरे नमस्ते आंटी। अरे बेटा आओ आओ। आंटी रिया, रिया कहाँ है? रिया, अरे तू आ गई? रिया बस तुमने लैपटॉप लिया है ना? असाइनमेंट करना था। हाँ कर ले, रूम में ही है। इसे देख रिया, हमारे घर असाइनमेंट करने आई है और तू जब देखो सोना सोना सोना। बड़ी अच्छी बच्ची, इसको तो मैं मजा चुकाऊं। अरे तूने फेसबुक पे अकाउंट खोला है? हाँ, इस पे तो तेरा फोटो लेना बनता है। चल मैं लॉग आउट करके घर। अरे लॉग आउट करने की क्या जरूरत है? मेरा ही लैपटॉप है, कल फिर बस कर लेना। ठीक है।
अगले दिन स्कूल में
ये मेरी ये मैं नहीं हूँ। हे भगवान, यही है तेरी तरक्की? इंटरनेट, सोशल मीडिया, क्या गलती थी मेरी? अब बात मासूमों के गौरव की है। क्या मुंह दिखाऊंगी मैं दुनिया को? दुनिया, वो तो माँ बाप है मेरे। इसके बाद क्या शक्ल दिखा पाऊंगी उनको मैं? इस साइबर की आग में खुद को जला लूं या फिर रोड के फंदे से लटक जाऊं मैं?
सुनो छोरे अभिमन्यु यह तुम्हारी रणभूमि के चक्रव्यूह में सतर्कता की साहबी
Our next slot for today is Team Kaluji, and their topic is
आज की कहानी है बड़ी अनोखी। ये कहानी बड़े साल पहले शुरू हुई और खत्म देने का तो नाम ही नहीं लेती। ये कहानी उस चीज के ऊपर है जो ना दिखाई देती है और ना ही सुनाई देती है, और जिस चीज को भी कस लेती है ना, वो एंजाइटी और डिप्रेशन का शिकार हो जाता है। तो आइए सुनते हैं एक ऐसी कहानी जो ना एक हीरो के ऊपर है और ना ही एक विलन की। ये कहानी है मेंटल हेल्थ की।
इन्हें बर्दाश्त कर सके
क्या यही है कलयुग? इसमें इल्म अदब के जमाने गुजर गए। खूब थे वो लोग पुराने जो गुजर गए। बाकी अब जमीन पर फकत आदमी की भीड़। जमीर को मारे तो जमाने गुजर गए।
अब चलिए देखते हैं कि इस व्यक्ति की ये दशा आखिर कैसे हुई।
माँ वो रिजल्ट इस बार भी
कोई बात नहीं बेटा, भगवान की मर्जी है। अगली बार और मेहनत करना।
जब बोया पेड़ बबूल का तो समझो टूट गई।
कहाँ कमी रह गई बेटा? तुमने कहा मुझे हिसाब दो, हमने दिया
वो भी सी पे से। आज हमारे पास बंगला है, गाड़ी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, तुम्हारे पास क्या है?
क्या है? क्या है?
जिंदगी के दौर में मतलब का सिक्का चलता है, दोनों के बाजार में कौन किसी का होता है, कौन किसी का होता है। टाइम मिल गया जब आपको? अरे जिसका 4 सालों में नहीं निकला उसका तो होना ही नहीं था। देखो इन सालों में मैंने तुम्हारा बहुत साथ दिया, अब मुझे बख्श दो। वैसे एक बात कहूँ, जितनी लंबी चादर हो ना उतने ही पैर फैलाने चाहिए।
सुनो तो, और कोई है जो मुझे जलील करना चाहता है? दो, कर दो। इस जिंदगी ने कभी मुझे कुछ नहीं दिया, इसीलिए मैं इस जिंदगी को खत्म करना चाहता हूँ।
क्या कर रहे हो? बस यही तक था तुम्हारा दम? जरा उनके बारे में तो सोचो जिनके पास संस्कृत है, ना माँ बाप का सहारा है, ना दोस्तों का साथ है। चलिए आप ही बताइए, क्या ये कोई समाधान हुआ? हाँ, समाधान हुआ। तो तुम की खोज पे निकल। तुम इस बात से आगे को है, तुम खुद ही खुद में काफी को है, काफी को है, काफी को है। आए पल खुद से निकल, जीते चल, जीते चल, जीते हैं चल। मन ही मन जाने और मन ही मन से प्रीत, मन ही मन मानी करे, मन ही मन का भी। मन झूमे मन बाबरा, मन की अद्भुत रीत। मन के हारे हार है, मन के जीते जीत।
मन के हारे हार है, मन के जीते जीत।
We now have a last performance by Team Jwalamukhi.
बंगले हैं, बैंक बैलेंस है। है क्या तुम्हारे पास
लालच ने इस देश की प्रगति में विलंब लाया है।
यह कैसी विडंबना है? 600 अंक लाने के बावजूद भी हमें सीट नहीं मिलती और किसी को मात्र 300 अंक पर भी हाथ थाम कर कॉलेज बुलाया जा रहा है। किसी की फीस 2 लाख है तो किसी की मात्र 50,000। क्या जनरल वाले गरीब नहीं होते?
6% लाने वाले हो रहे हैं हेडमास्टर, वहीं 61% लाने के बावजूद लोग हो रहे हैं फेल।
इसीलिए इस देश का काबिल युवा यह देश छोड़कर विदेश को पलायन कर रहा है।
आरक्षण लाया गया था इस देश में समानता लाने के लिए, लेकिन आज यही आरक्षण इस देश के सबसे बड़े असमानता का कारण बनता चला जा रहा है।
सब साथ लड़े, सब उत्सुक थे तुमको आसन तक लाने में, कुछ सफल हुए निर्भीय तुम्हें ये राजनीति समझाने में। इन आत्मप्रवंचित बौनों का दरबार बनाकर क्या पाया? जो शिलालेख बनता उसको अखबार बना।
पिताजी से कहिएगा मैं आरक्षण से हार गई।
Thank you all teams for their amazing performances. I request you all to kindly wait. The results of this competition will be announced shortly.
टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कितना होगा
Ma'am, a few words before you announce the results.
Good afternoon, everyone. All the street plays was amazing, and we enjoyed a lot. Please clap for all of them. While you are doing participating in many health days in community medicine, where the audience is different, but today's audience are different, and you have impressed all of them. Again, a big clap for everyone. So, with the most awaited moment for the winners, first 3 winners. So, I would request Dr. Aishkan.
So the third winner is Gang Chalchitra.
And the second prize goes to, any guesses? Rangmanch.
So the last the winner is first prize for the winner is Guli Gang.
All the winners, please come on stage for a photo with the judges, please. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the judges and all the audience and all the participants.
कैसी ले जा रहे हैं
is for Ishika, Y is for Yash, A is for Aksa.
This is Team Strings, together like the strings of a guitar. I, Sanya Suman, Devaswata Das, Ritika Singh, and Shority.
We are a team
हाँ,
with
hello.
Swati Singh and this is
नहीं,
Surabhi Pandit, Ananya Jain,
हाँ,
Anand
उधर घुमा
Varma,
दिया।
and our title sponsor Swati Singh.
ठीक है,
Team Euphoria, myself Niklesh, this is Monisha,
ठीक है,
Yuvraj and Gayatri.
ठीक है।
Hello everyone, we are Team Alankar. This is Aditi Gupta, Abhinav Kumar, I am Khushi Sharma, and he's Harshna. Thank you teams. I hope you are all prepared and you पूरा चाट किया होगा with your music videos. So first, starting with the instructions for the quiz. There are 4 rounds of the Antakshari which we will shortly brief you about. Answer only when the entire question is read out and not before that. If you blurt out the answer before I finish my question, I will stop my question there and I will not read out the question to you. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. No outside help to answer the question. The cheater's score will be deducted by 1 point and the quiz master's decision are final.
First round is बैठे बैठे बोर हुए. Second round is finish the lyrics. Third is guess the audio and fourth is trivia. So we will start with the first round.
First round is बैठे बैठे बोर हुए, which is the plain old Antakshari. We will first have our CLC faculty member Asheen sir, Dr. Asheen sir. He will start with his song. When he ends the song, the first team will start the Antakshari from there on.
I thought I was in charge supervision of this subtraction. So, any song?
Yes, sir.
एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर दिल चाहता है ओ कहने दो मुझे तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है मुझे पलकों की छाँव में रहने दो एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर
Okay, thank you, sir. The word for the first team is Ra.
You get 10 seconds.
रात अकेली है बुझ गए दिए आके मेरे पास कानों पे मेरे जो भी चाहे करिए जो भी चाहे करिए.
The word for the second team is ya.
यारो की बड़ी हसीन है ये ना क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है.
हाँ.
है अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा.
Go.
गाता रहे मेरा दिल, तू ही मेरी मंजिल है. कहीं बीते ना ये रातें, कहीं बीते ना ये दिन, कहीं बीते ना ये रातें, कहीं बीते ना ये दिन.
No.
नीले नीले अंबर पर चमकाए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए. ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए. नीले नीले अंबर पर प्यार जब आए.
Yeah.
यादों की बारात निकली है आके गाए, बनके गाए.
Now the contraction completed with +10 for all the teams.
Now for the round 2, we have finished the lyrics. We have to sing the entire mukra after the blanking 5 seconds. There will be no passes and no negative marking.
5 seconds will be started after we read out the lyrics to you.
First song is तेरे पास हर पल रहूं यही आरज़ू है मेरी.
So no passes here. The question goes to the audience. Pratima, do you want to answer?
तेरे पास हर पल रहूं यही आरज़ू है मेरी. सांसों में तेरी महक, हाथों में हाथ तेरा.
Thank you, Pratima.
For the second team, तुझसा हसीन मैंने देखा ही नहीं, तेरी हर एक अदा में कोई जादू है.
देखा ही नहीं, तेरी हर एक अदा में कोई जादू है. तेरे चेहरे का नूर मुझे कहता है शुरू. तेरे भी कोई बेकाबू है. तेरी नशा, तू है मेरा जुनून.
Team 2 get +10. For the team 3, we have जीवन नगर में प्रेम नगर में आया नजर में जब से कोई है.
तुम जीवन नगर में प्रेम नगर में आया नजर में जब से कोई है. तू पूछता है तू सोचता है जिसकी कमी थी क्या ये वही है. हाँ ये वही है, हाँ ये वही.
Perfect. +10 points for team 3.
Now the next song is for the audience. बिगड़े दुनिया बिगड़ने भी दो.
बिगड़े दुनिया बिगड़ भी दो दंगे सुंदर भी तुम्हें गाओ दुनिया रूठे रूठे
तुम अपनी धुएं गाओ चाहे पुराना बनाता हो आई एम नॉट थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू सो मच नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इनको
कह दे मुझसे दिल में क्या है ऐसा भी क्या गुरु
क्या है ऐसा भी क्या गुरूर तुझको भी तो हो रहा है थोड़ा सन जरूर
First and for team 5 we have सहराओं की इन हवाओं में कैसे आएगी बहार
सहराओं की इन हवाओं में कैसे आएगी बहार कहाँ से हवा आई गम की धूप संगलाई खफा हो गए हम जुदा हो गए
Plus 10
No negative marking, but you won't get plus 10 because finished lyrics finished doing.
कहाँ से ये हवा आई घटाए काटी क्यों छाई Team 6 we have
You will have more chances to get marks. It's okay. Keep playing, keep playing.
जब से हुई है तुझसे शरारत तब से गया है चैनो करार
जब से हुई है तुझसे शरारत तब से गया है चैनो करार तब से
Sorry, you are out of time.
लिरिक्स जब से हुई है तुझसे शरारत तब से गया है चैनो
तो कोई गाना पड़ेगा
जब से हुई है तुझसे शरारत तब से गया है चैनो करार हो जब से हुई है तुझसे शरारत तब से गया है चैनो करार जब से तेरा आंचल ढला तब से कोई जादू चला जब से तुझे पाया ये जिया धक धक भागे रे
Thank you, Shubham, for lending a melodious voice. Now, the next question is for the audience. खुलती फिजाएं खुलती घटाएं सर में नया है आसमान. Audience, anyone wants to answer?
Anyone from the audience? Song name is Teri Old.
Anyone wants to attempt? Kirti, do you want to?
Us. Because you have to complete the lyrics, sir. रुका मैं lyrics दिखा देता हूँ. अब तो कर.
I don't know complete song actually.
खुलती फिजाएं खुलती घटाएं सर पे नया है आसमां
के बुलाए यूं सब हुए हैं मेहरबान।
Who wants to lead? Okay, now we move on to the next round. Guess the audio. We will be playing 10 seconds of an audio. It will be played only once. After that, you have to guess in another 10 seconds. If you guess it right, you get 10 marks. If not, it will be passed to the next team. Only one pass. And if the pass team gets it right, it's plus 5. And there is no negative marking.
छोटी सी आशा।
That's incorrect. Passes on to the next team. Audio will be played only once at the story. Sorry, that is not the right. If anyone from the audience, somebody sing a full line,
तू ही रे तेरे बिना मैं कैसे जीऊं आजा रे आजा रे।
Thank you, sir. The next question is for team 2.
एक दिन तेरी बाहों में पनाह में आऊंगा खो जाऊंगा एक दिन तेरा हो
Absolutely correct. Plus 10 for team 2. The next question is for team 3.
La la la, hey.
बोले पिया बोले क्या ये बोले जानू ना हौले हौले जिया डोले क्यों ये डोले जानू ना।
Wow, so good. Absolutely perfect. Plus 10 for team 3. Next question is for team 4.
Five seconds left. Time's up.
Passes. Okay, for the audience.
गोलमाल है भाई सब गोलमाल है सीधी
Okay, with that, we move on to team 5.
दुनिया तू ही मेरा रब है जहां है तू ही मेरी दुनिया
पूरा पूरा
मेरे लिए है मैं हूँ तेरा लम्हा कैसे रहेगा भला कि तू मुझसे जुदा
Next question is for team 6.
यूं ही चला चल रही यूं ही चला चल रही कितनी हंसी है ये दुनिया
Perfect. Plus 10 for team 6. Now one question is for the audience.
We have one audio for the
मधुबन में जब कन्हैया किसी को भी से मिले कभी मुस्काए कभी छेड़े कभी बात करे राजा कैसे न चले राजा कैसे न चले आंगन मन में लगे राजा कैसे न चले राजा कैसे न चले
So much fun. That is so beautiful.
round 4 we have trivia. In this, you have to raise your hand. Any member of your team can raise the hand. You will get plus 10 for the correct answer and minus 5 for the wrong answer.
First person who raises their hand gets to answer. So you have to be very spontaneous. Plus 10 for correct, minus 5 for wrong, no passes. In fact, okay, the first 3 questions will be can you get them right? We will have an animation and right after the animation stops, we will have 5 seconds to answer.
We pass out.
That is incorrect. Anyone from the audience?
Minus 5 for team.
Minus 5 for team 4. Rashmi over there wants to answer.
Blue eyes hypnotize me.
Sorry,
I swear.
Yes, ma'am. ma'am. Thank you, sir. Okay. Team members ready? Next animation.
तेरे सामने वाली खिड़की में चांद
सानिया Now we have last enemy. All team members ready?
Prompt answers.
तेरे लिए ही तो सिग्नल तोड़ छाड़ के आया दिल्ली वाली गर्लफ्रेंड छोड़ छाड़ के
Now you have to guess the movie and one song. There will be a picture. You have to guess the movie and any song of the movie. Song. Wait. The video.
Team 2.
लुटेरा हवा की झोंके आज मौसम से उठ गए फूलों की शोखियां जो घबरे आदि लुट गए चल रही है आज जिंदगी की चाल जरा इसी बहाने तो मैं भी दिल का हाल जरा सवारी हूँ
Plus 10 for team 2. Next.
The movie name is Jantak Hai Jaan and song is सांस में तेरी सांस मिली तो मुझे सांस आई मुझे सांस आई मुझे सांस
Beautiful. Plus 10 for team 3. Please wait for the video. Hold it higher. Team 5. Team 5 got it first.
Movie name Arakshan. Song
Thank you so much. Plus 10 for team 5. With that, we end our introduction finalists. Please give us time to
5 minutes.
Till then, another round of guess the audience. For audience.
तुम जानो ना क्यों चलती है पवन
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We have a few questions for the audience as well. Guys, complete the lyrics. तू कहे तो तेरे ही कदम
For the audience.
मैं निशानों पे चल रहा हूँ इशारों पे.
Kirti.
तू कहे तो तेरे ही कदम पे इशारों पे जरूर कोई इशारे पे तुझसे दिल की बातें सीखी तुझसे ही ये राहें सीखी तू पे मर के मैं तो जी गया खुदा जाने मैं फिदा हूँ खुदा जाने मैं मिट गया खुदा जाने क्यों हुआ है कि बन गए हो तुम मेरे खुदा.
Another question for the audience. Another animation.
मेरी लॉन्ड्री का एक बिल एक आधी बड़ी नॉवेल ना 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 मेरी का वो नंबर मेरे काम का
Thank you so much, sir.
For announcing the results, I would like to call upon Dr. Rajesh Shetty sir and Dr. Aruna Bhera.
So, really everyone. हमको तुमसे Team 3 strings. Okay, first position in team 3 strings. And
Position goes to team Tia. And third position goes to team 5 U4.
Congratulations to the winners. Thank you so much, participants, panelists, for being here, and thank you so much for the audience.
We'll start with cultural parade in the next 15 minutes.
क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा मेरा दिल जिस दिन तुम्हें जिंदगी का आखिरी दिन होगा क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा याद है मुझको तूने कहा था तुमसे नहीं रूठेंगे कभी इसी तरह से आप मिले हैं ऐसे भला छूटेंगे कहीं तेरी बाहों में मेरी हर शाम बेवफा ये भी क्या याद नहीं क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा तुझे दिल जिस दिन तुम्हें वो दिन जिंदगी का आखिरी दिन होगा क्या हुआ तेरा वादा Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Savi. Thank you. We are going to start now. Hello, namaste, adab, sat sri akal, kido hale, keem cho, kaisa hai? Welcome to Aurora, the cultural parade. Indian culture is very rich and has inculcated in each one of us with great values. We are the people who have come from Aham Brahmasmi to Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We are the people who have come from Upanishads to Upgram. India has its specialized art from Taj Mahal at Agra and India's Gate at India's heart. The clothing in India differs with its geographical base. Every ornament with its traditional wear has its own amazing grace. Now it's time to introduce our judges. So our first judge is Dr. Chinmay Das, HOD and Professor, Department of Microbiology. Next, Dr. Bilasha Priya Ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Theatrical. Dr. Nagama Tequila Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Biology. Lastly, but not the least, Palukuri Yashwant Kumar, HOD, Allied Health Sciences. The judging criteria for the event are as follows. Team of maximum 8 and minimum 4 members. 5 minutes maximum will be allotted to each team, inclusive of setup, wind up, narration, and sound check. Props measuring more than 2 by 2 feet are not allowed. Props such as Chinese fan, umbrella, artificial trishul or sword, or dhania stick, small matka are allowed. Risky gimmicks, dangerous egg, use of real weapon, etc. are strictly prohibited. Spillage of any kind are not allowed. Display of national flag on stage is not allowed. Narration and recorded music are allowed for presentation, but only one narrator per team. I repeat it again, team of maximum 8 members and minimum 4 members. 5 minutes maximum will be allotted to each team, inclusive of setup, wind up, narration, and sound check. Props measuring more than 2 by 2 feet are not allowed. Props such as Chinese fan, umbrella, artificial trishul, sword, dhania stick, small matka are allowed. Risky gimmicks, dangerous egg, use of real weapon, etc. are strictly prohibited. Spillage of any kind are not allowed. Display of national flag on the stage are not allowed. Narration and record of music are allowed for the presentation, but only one narrator is allowed per team. With this, yes, या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विश्वरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. With this, we welcome our very first team, Team Sharodya.
सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्य त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते. इसका अर्थ है गौरी नारायणी भक्तों का सर्व मंगल करने वाली. आप शिवा हैं, सभी कामों को सिद्ध करने वाली, शरण में आए भक्तों का कल्याण करने वाली देवी माँ जिनके तीन नेत्र हैं. आपको मेरा नमन. आपकी शारदा दुर्गा पूजा की एक झलक प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं. माना जाता है जो शाम को किया जाता है. फिर उलू ध्वनि के साथ माँ की पूजा शुरू होती है जहाँ हर्ष और दुर्गा पूजा की एक महत्वपूर्ण अनुष्ठान है जहाँ भक्त अपने हाथों में फूल लिए मंत्रों का जाप करने के बाद देवी के चरणों में फूल अर्पित करते हैं. कुमारी पूजा दुर्गा उत्सव का एक अभिन्न अंग है जो कि अष्टमी या कहीं कहीं नवमी के दिन भी किया जाता है. इस पूजा में छोटी कन्याओं की देवी दुर्गा के रूप में पूजा की जाती है. दशहरा यानी विजयादशमी दुर्गा पूजा के अंत का प्रतीक है. इस दिन महिलाएं पारंपरिक सिंदूर खेला के साथ जश्न मनाती हैं. देवी का वरण करके महिलाएं देवी के माथे और चरणों में सिंदूर लगाती हैं और मां को विदाई देती हैं. एक तरफ तो भक्तों की आंखें नम रहती हैं, वहीं दूसरी ओर विजयादशमी की खुशी सारे घर में होती है. भक्तजन देवी को धन्यवाद देने के लिए पारंपरिक धुनुची नृत्य का प्रदर्शन भी करते हैं. एवं 10वें दिन देवी ने असुर का वध किया. इसी दिन को विजयादशमी के नाम से जीत का प्रतीक है.
With this, we would like to call our next team, Team Twisted by.
Annually celebrated on 31st, the evening before all albums due. It was believed that the soul of the day returned to their house smoking club. If not, its smoking costume will come with. Now we represent different cultural Halloween from
Manu light. Manu light.
Huge round of applause for them. That performance really gave me sweat. Now we have a few tongue twisters for the audience, basically for the faculties. So, if someone is interested, so we have tongue twister, but Rai Bareli ki library, library ki Rai Bareli. You have to say 5 times. No, not like this. You have to come here. And you can say.
रायबरेली की लाइब्रेरी लाइब्रेरी की लाइब्रेरी रायबरेली की लाइब्रेरी लाइब्रेरी की लाइब्रेरी
Very well done. So the second tongue twister is as follows. Ted fed. Fred fed Ted bread. Ted fed Fred bread. Speak this 5 times. Fred fed Ted bread. Ted fed Fred bread. Anyone? We have one tongue twister. So who can say?
चाय के अंदर छिपकली छिपकली के ऊपर चीनी
Who won?
चाय के अंदर छिपकली छिपकली के ऊपर चीनी Somebody come! चाय के अंदर छिपकली छिपकली के ऊपर चीनी चाय के ऊपर छिपकली छिपकली के ऊपर
We continue with the cultural parade. Team number 3. Diverse state of Jharkhand, which is known for its mineral and steel industry and different tribe, was created in 2000. To throw more light on this, we welcome Team Johar.
यूं तो इस बड़ी सी धरती का अंश मात्र है छोटा नागपुर, पर इस छोटे नागपुर के गोद में बसा है एक प्रदेश जिसे खनिज संपदाओं के पूरक के रूप में जानता है ये भारत, जहां नदियों की चंचलता, पहाड़ों की शालीनता और जंगलों का अद्भुत प्रेम देखते ही बनता है। ये वो उन अनछुई संस्कृतियों में से एक है जहाँ विचारों की उन्मुक्तता और परंपराओं की मेल का अद्भुत संगम है। कुछ ऐसा है प्रदेश हमारा, कुछ ऐसा है झारखंड हमारा।
छोटा नागपुर, छोटा नागपुर है रे, मेरा नागपुर।
हमारी ये धरती मातृभूमि बनी संथाल, मुंडा, ओरांव जैसी बहुत सारी जनजातियों की, और इस धरती ने हर किसी को शरण दी है जो यहाँ रहने आया, जैसे गौंड और भील जनजातियां। यहाँ की संस्कृति में प्रकृति ही भगवान है। हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्य पर्व हैं सर्प और कर्मा, जो प्रकृति की सुंदरता, जादू और महानता के टिप घूमते हैं। और ये हमारी वेशभूषा, लाल वाटी साड़ी। ये एक झांकी हमारे झारखंड की, जहाँ इंसान और प्रकृति का एक अटूट रिश्ता है, जहाँ की बोली में ही गीत है और चलने में ही नृत्य है। ये वो प्रदेश है जिसे हम अपना घर कहते हैं। ये है हमारा झारखंड।
Please give a huge round of applause for the amazing performance.
Shastra Vidya, Dhanurveda in Quranic literature are referred to as important forms of Indian martial arts. To give us more insight about different forms of Indian martial arts, we welcome Team Kal Manipal.
Please give a huge round of applause.
Shiva, the all and absolute, originating from Shiva himself. Today, we bring to you Kalaripayattu, mother of all martial arts. It was Parshuram who could learn this martial arts from Mahadev himself. As legends have it, he struck the ocean with his axe and pulled out the land, created Kerala, God's own country. He went on to teach 20 of his disciples the art of Kalaripayattu, so as to safeguard sages and masses. Kalaripayattu includes strikes, kicks, grappling moves, preset of weaponry, and healing methods. Warrior use very basic body armor so as to maintain flexibility. Our ancestors watched animals in their hunting techniques, which constitute the various tactics. In front of you is the pose inspired by Gajraj, the elephant. Next is a splendid display of hand-to-hand combat. Keep your breath aligned for the lion pose, inspired by the king of animal world himself. Kalari was not just limited to men. Women marched shoulder to shoulder, being excellent warriors and accomplished practitioners of the same. While Kalaripayattu is the mother of martial arts, Bodhidharma is said to be the father of martial art. He was a prince of third son of ruling Chola king Pallava. He gave up his princehood and dedicated his life in search of truth. He set out from his kingdom, learned Kalaripayattu from Kerala. On his journey north to Himalayas at around 1522 AD, he reached China, where he was deeply moved by the miseries of epidemics and widespread invasions. He started teaching the Shaolin monks in the monastery. His exercises were mostly based on Kalaripayattu and are now thought to be beginning of what evolved to be Shaolin Kung Fu. Now displayed is the lethal scorpion pose in front of you. With this, we humbly bring you a gift of martial arts given to the world by our great civilization, again reinforcing its core value of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you.
Very well presented, team cut by record. मंदिर की घंटी, आरती की थाली, नदी के किनारे, सूरज की लाली, जिंदगी में आए खुशियों की बहार, आइए मिलकर बनाते हैं छठ का त्योहार। With this, we welcome Team Mother.
This verse praises the sun as the embodiment of divine energy and its role in maintaining the harmony of the universe. Sun, the divine source of life on earth, is considered as the only apparent form of we Bihari celebrate the Mahaparv Chhat Puja. तो आइए ले चले आपको इस महापर्व की यात्रा में। This 4-day festival starts with Nahai Khai. On this day, the entire surrounding is thoroughly cleaned and the Parvatis cook a meal or Satvik Loka Bhat, which is their last meal for the coming 3 days. छठ पूजा को इस युग की तपस्या भी मानी जाती है। Every offering made to the god is prepared from scratch. एक रोटी बनाने के लिए गेहूं धोने से लेकर आटा निकालना भी परवरती खुद ही करते हैं, and that too with proper sanity. On the second day, Harna, a little ceremony takes place in the evening in utmost silence. Shuddh rotiyan and gur ki kheer is offered to the deity as bhog. Then comes the third day, the Sandhya Arghya.
Yeah, just tell them it's between that side, that side. So they can start from this going out. I won't do that. 2.5 minutes. Just tell the contestant.
Then comes the third day, the Sandhya Arti. Performed by Devi Putri, the mother of Pandavas, when she prayed to the sun standing in water and got her first son, Kard. अब शुरू होता है घाट का सफर. As our respected Prime Minister rightly said, समाज में सभी उगते सूरज के पुजारी हैं. एक बिहारी समाज ही ऐसा है जो डूबते सूरज की भी पूजा करता है. Then comes the last day of the festival, the Uday Arghya, where we worship the positivity of the rising sun. Imagine the strength and devotion of the Parvatis who patiently wait for the sun to rise, drenched in ice-cold water in the winters. Then the ray of light appears and rises the almighty sun. Hence, the Parvatis bring their 4-day fast. बोलो छठी मैया की
ये देखकर सचमुच छठ की याद आ गई. टीम मगध, you need not worry about losing any time. We'll start. We'll count the time from where it started. So don't worry. Very good.
Fantastic. Women are not just the ones who are in charge of the house, but also the ones who make sure that their husbands and children have a good life. They are always there to help out when needed. They are strong women because they know how to handle any situation. To show the importance of 7 influential women in Lord Krishna's life, we welcome Team Shastriya. Please give a huge round of applause.
मीरा, आप सब मेरे प्रियतम श्री कृष्ण से तो अवगत होंगे, परंतु आज मैं आपका परिचय उन महान स्त्रियों से कराती हूँ जिन्होंने श्री कृष्ण के जीवन में अहम भूमिका निभाई है. आइए प्रारंभ करते हैं उनकी जन्मदात्री राजकुमारी देवकी से, जिनको उनके भ्राता कंस ने कारागार में बंदी बनाया था. उनकी 6 संतानों की निर्मम हत्या व 7वीं संतान से बिछड़ने के पश्चात भी उन्होंने अपनी 8वीं संतान की सुरक्षा को अपने मातृत्व से ऊपर रखते हुए उनको अपने आप से दूर कर दिया.
मरने के डर से भेज दिया घर से देवकी मेरे गोकुल में. बिना दिए जन्म जसोदा बनी माता, तुझको छुपाया आंचल में. एक ने तन को रूप दिया रे, एक ने मन को ढाला. कन्हैया जिसको कहेगा तू मैया.
ये थी माता यशोदा, जिन्होंने अपने स्नेह एवं वात्सल्य से श्री कृष्ण के धर्मपरायण एवं करुणामय व्यक्तित्व का निर्माण किया। जब श्री कृष्ण की चर्चा हो तो हम राधा रानी को कैसे भूल सकते हैं?
हमारे घर में हर
ये दिन श्री कृष्ण की प्रेयसी राधा, जो कि दुर्भाग्यवश उनकी जीवन संगिनी बन गई। जीवन संगिनी तो थी विदर्भ की राजकुमारी रुक्मिणी। उन्होंने श्री कृष्ण को पत्र लिखकर उनको अपने पति के रूप में वर्ण किया। क्या आप जानते थे श्री कृष्ण द्रुपद कन्या पांचाली को अपनी सखी मानते थे। द्रौपदी ने श्री कृष्ण के घाव पर अपने वस्त्र को बांधा था, जिसका मान रखते हुए उन्होंने चीरहरण के समय बड़ी सभा में द्रौपदी की लाज बचाई थी। कुरुक्षेत्र के महाविनाश के पश्चात कुंठित हो महारानी गांधारी ने श्री कृष्ण को श्राप दिया था।
बहुत तपस्विनी सुबह कन्या, मैं महायोगिनी राष्ट्रपति, महाभागिनी रुद्राक्षमाता, और तुम्हें श्राप देती हूँ, तेरे वंश का नाश हुआ। इस प्रकार तुम्हारी आंखों के सामने तुम्हारे यादव वंश का नाश होगा।
तो आज ये वासुदेव कृष्ण माता के श्राप को भी स्वीकार करता है।
विनाश हो गया और द्वारिका नगरी समुद्र में समाहित हो गई। इस विनाश से शोक विलीन हो श्री कृष्ण वन की ओर चले गए, जहाँ बाण लगने से उन्होंने अपने मानवता को त्याग दिया।
श्री बांके बिहारी लाल की।
There's a saying in Bengali, "Bara Mase Tera Parban," which means the rituals are so rich that it exceeds 12 months. With this, we welcome our last team, but definitely not the least, Team Digvijay.
राहुल ছবিটা তুলে রাখার একটা প্র্যাকটিস है
यहाँ पे इधर करो और इधर करो
Welcome to West Bengal, a land of diversity where history and culture blend seamlessly to create a unique tapestry of experience. Welcome to West Bengal, a land of diversity where history and culture blend seamlessly to create a unique tapestry of experiences. Join us in the experience where we will provide you with a glimpse of Bengali culture. Where the mind is without fear and the head is high. Where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic wars. Rabindranath Tagore is the first non-European to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for his poetry collection Geetanjali. His multifaceted legacy encompasses literature, Rabindra Sangeet, Rabindra Nritya, and philosophy shaping cultural thought in the 20th century. He also founded the Vishwa Bharati University, promoting education that is imparted in a natural surrounding with children having freedom of speech. He composed the national anthem of India and Bangladesh. Bengali weddings, a vibrant Durga Puja is a prominent Hindu festival celebrated with grandeur in Bengali. In 2020, UNESCO recognized Durga Puja as an intangible cultural heritage. The 10 days of the experience comes to an end. Inviting Ma Durga goodbye as she returns to Kerala, with the hope of seeing her again after 1 year, which is proudly called Ashke Bochor The Kolkata Derby, locally known as Dole match, is the football match in Kolkata between East Bengal and North Bengal. The rivalry between these two teams is over 100 years old and is considered to be one of the biggest Asian footballing rivalries. Do you know from where the present day sari breaking style came from? In 1864, Ganona Nandini Devi, wife of Satyendra Nath, inspired by Indian style, devised a new braid, the blouse and belt, with with approach, keeping her dominant hand free. Honestly, the breadth
of Bengal's culture is so extensive that encapsulating it within a span of just 5 minutes time is not very feasible. So you have to visit West Bengal whether you are seeking adventure, history, culture, or just a simple journey. West Bengal offers it all. And once you visit, don't forget to visit our city of Joy in its classic vintage yellow taxi.
তোমাদের পারফরম্যান্স খুব ভালো লাগছে।
With this, we come to an end of this event. We would like to express our gratitude towards our respectful judges and professors. And thank you all of you for being an amazing audience. Great for the results.
রাহুল বলছিলাম আমি ছবিটা যে নিয়ে চলে না না ওখানে বলছিলাম রাহুল ওই যে ফটোটা নিয়েছিল দুজনে আলা বলনটা ওটাকে সেভ করে রাখো ওটা ডিলিট করে দেবে কোনোদিন যদি বাবা না মানে কোনটা ব্ল্যাক করে নাও अभी है पूरा अंदर से देखिए
Result of this.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the third prize goes to Team Shastriya.
The second prize goes to Team Sharodia.
Team Magan.
All the winning teams please come on the stage. All the winning teams please come for a picture. Guys, please give a huge round of applause for them. वाकई एक बिहारी सब पे भारी। Thank you, participants. Judges, please. Now I request Dean Sir to please come and felicitate our judges. Guys, please maintain decorum. Guys. Dr. Chinmay Das. Guys, please give a huge round of applause for our judges. Alluguri sir. Dr. Lasha Priya ma'am. Dr. Takila Naguma ma'am. Thank you, judges, for your support. Thank you, sir. Tomorrow, reach at a venue at 9:30 to New LT1. Thank you all. Bye bye. Thank you, teacher.